Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Applied Texas Advisory Committee meeting on September 30th, 2019. We're going to start this morning with a welcome to all those who are joining us online or by phone. And I would like to have the current committee give introductions. So we're going to go around the table here, and then I'm going to pick up the folks on the phone so they can introduce themselves as well. But David, if you'll start, that would be great.
Hi, David Muck, Principal Software Developer Analyst. I'm also the Applied Texas Technical Team Lead, University of Texas at Austin.
Rosie Dickinson, Texas A&M International University.
Mordecai Brownlee, Vice President for Student Success, St. Philip's College, Alamo College District. Good morning.
Michelle Walker, Texas A&M University, Director of Admissions Operations.
Good morning, Indra Paola Peláez, Interim Associate Vice Chancellor, Houston Community College.
Hello, everyone. Rebecca Lothringer, Associate Vice President for Enrollment and Admissions at the University of North Texas and the current four-year co-chair of the Advisory Committee.
Claudette Jenks with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board.
Graham Chapman with the Applied Texas Technical Team.
Kevin Davis, Associate Director of Admissions, Stephen F. Austin State University.
Tennille Richardson, District Registrar, Howard College.
Madeline Tolliver, Registrar at Victoria College.
Rebecca Griffith, District Director of Admissions and Records, Tarrant County College.
Paula Arredondo, Texas State Technical College, Executive Registrar.
Good morning.
And if we, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sheila. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Hi, I'm Sheila Gray here from Texas Tech University.
Leah Hickman, Associate Director of Admissions at Midwestern State University.
Dara Newton, Associate Vice President for Strategic Enrollment, University of Texas Rio Grande Valley.
Miguel Washaleski, Executive Director of Admissions, University of Texas at Austin.
And now if we could have the members on the phone introduce themselves.
Good morning, this is Angie Taylor. I'm at Sam Houston State University, Director of Admissions.
Thank you, Angie.
Good morning.
Any other committee members online at the moment? Okay, very good. Welcome to everyone, and thank you for being here for our first meeting for this academic year. We are going to try to move through the agenda quickly and efficiently, as always. We are going to break. For those of you who are online, we will be taking a break at 11:40. That will last probably an hour. Maybe an hour. Angie, we'll have to get a hold of you and make sure you know what time we're coming back. For a meeting that's going to happen here at the coordinating board is going to require us to shut down at 11:40 for an early lunch. First thing we're going to do, though, is you might see that if you're watching online, the co-chair for the two-year side is empty at the moment, and I need help. So we're going to start with nominations and an election of a new two-year institution co-chair. This co-chair position is for the next 2 years, so it will continue for 2 years on the board. And the first thing we're going to do is take nominations. So that you're going to do nominations, or you just want everybody to vote? Nominations. Nominations. So anyone like to put forward a nomination at this time? You may nominate yourself if you feel so moved.
I would like to nominate Mordecai Brownlee.
Perfect. Any other nominations? Y'all are very quiet to your folks. Sheila.
Hi, can we nominate Rebecca Griffith, please?
You may certainly do so.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't know if we can because my term ends in 1 year. You know, I'm filling out the remainder of a term, I believe.
Oh.
If Claudette, isn't that correct? I expire next year. Hopefully, not literally.
That's very sad.
It is sad.
You know, I'll jump in there and bring up that point too. So I'm not familiar. This is my final year of my 2-year term, so I'm not sure how that would work either.
That's what we were just talking about, is that the only way to fulfill a 2-year term is to ask someone who just came on the board today if they would like to be the co-chair for the next 2 years.
Well, the statute does allow for a 3-year term. So if, and I don't know the guidance exactly around it, but it does allow for a 3-year term. So if you are interested in serving as a 2-year co-chair, we can extend, I believe there's an extension period. So it does say up to a 3-year period. So if you're still interested.
I'm
being
still
on-
interested.
You're still interested? Okay. What about you, Rebecca? Okay.
Okay, any other nominations? Okay, then you all have this little tiny slip of paper. Angie, we have Mordecai and Rebecca Griffith that have been nominated. If you want to email me your vote at my email address.
Okay, I'll do that now.
Do you know my email address?
Yes, I have it.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thanks, Angie. If everyone will write down your vote. And we're gonna pass them.
I'll go get that.
Okay, Claudette's going out to get the island. Those of you on the island, nope. The island. And if everybody else wants to move them, just pass them to the middle. Perfect. 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 Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to do this very scientifically. I'm going to go through and make stacks. I got yours, Angie. Thank you. Okay, we have a clear division between the votes, so I don't think we need a runoff. We're going to have Mordecai as my co-chair for the next probably 2 years at this point. They'll keep you on. So congratulations, and thank you both for accepting the nomination. Appreciate both of you being willing to serve. Mordecai has they would like you to move. I would like you to come join me. Oh, look, there's some, oh, Jody, are you on the phone? No, he's not on the phone. Okay. I was thinking he was on the phone. Congratulations
Thank
and
you.
welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity.
So this very scientific way. Okay, very good. So while Mordecai gets reset, he's going to have an easy job today because your name didn't show up on the agenda yet.
Okay.
But next time.
It'll be there, I'm sure.
It'll be there. And you may want to get a different chair. That chair's weird.
Okay.
We're going to go ahead with the next, well, I advised Mordecai to change chairs. That chair threw me out, and so. We're going to look at the minutes. So the minutes were supplied to all of the committee members. If you will take a few moments just to look over the minutes, especially those of you who are returning because you would have attended this meeting, and see if you see any errors that need to be corrected so that we can adopt those minutes from the April 15th meeting. As you're reviewing the minutes, a project list was also included. That's considered part of the minutes. As you complete your review, we're going to be looking for a vote to, or a move to accept in a second, or to make changes.
So I'm going to ask my name to be corrected on the minutes, from Griffin to Griffith. Any other changes? Corrections?
With that correction, I move that we accept.
I second.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, all those in favor of accepting the minutes with the one correction that was given, please say aye. Any opposed, same sign. Very good. Thank you all very much. Next, we wanted to go over the Speedy EDI Applied Texas workshop that happened in July, just to give kind of a debriefing of how we felt it went. How many people were there besides? Very good. Yes. Good. Okay. We did have a brief meeting online or on a phone, those of us that were on the committee afterwards. So Dana represented the advisory committee because I wasn't able to be there. And I did have the notes back from that. The notes that came from that meeting really did not pertain to the workshop. So the corrections or the additions they wanted to add or anything they thought were hurdles didn't come actually from the workshop. So that was good. Nothing came up as anything we need to think of as a challenge. One thing they did mention that I think would apply, because they were talking about all the workshops at the same time, the university meetings, the community college meeting, and the workshop in this phone call. One of the things they did mention, they didn't specify, but I imagine it would apply to us as well, is they would like the agenda earlier. That's one thing that Mordecai and I will be working on, and we just need to move a little bit quicker in making sure that we fill all the blanks for the presenters. Thank you all to those who nominated people and brought people to present this past year. From there, if any of you have anything you'd like to say about your feelings around the workshop, any corrections we might need or improvements we can make for this year, that would be great.
There was one thing with the community college tips, the 2-year tips that was going on. The room was very small.
The room assignments?
Yes, room assignments. That's where it seemed that the majority of the 2 years were going was to that one. And so they had to bring in lots of extra chairs. People were standing. So just looking at room assignments, I think would be a good thing.
Very good. I did hear that while I was there. Anyone else with suggestions?
Rebecca, it's not necessarily about the workshop because I wasn't able to attend, but is there any way that the dates of the summer meeting could be released much earlier, just for planning? I wasn't able to attend because I had already made plans for another conference at that time.
I'll pass that along because I think that TACRO, the state association, they set up the dates. And I think they already have the dates because I believe they're in contract. So, yeah, I'll see if they can't get those released much earlier. Good idea.
Thank you.
Anyone else with any notes? Did you like the overall, for those of you that were there, we changed it up just slightly for the order, how we did things. Did you like that with the big session in the morning and then kind of going away and coming back? I thought it went smooth. We did a little bit different. I felt like it went smoothly. No one actually said anything. And I thought we had done evaluations. I couldn't find them this morning. I could have really thought I saw them, but I couldn't find them this morning. Well, I thought overall it went well. We had good attendance. Having it in between the two meetings has been helpful, I believe, in having people attend. Now, I will say the attendance has not gone up greatly from when we used to have it on its own. So it's not that this was the waterfall of people being able to attend. I think some different people are able to attend. And people that used to attend, like our IT folks, don't attend because it's after the July 1. I do hear quite often from folks who are signing up that it's after July 1, so why are we doing it after July 1? They had questions about setup, and they really wanted to talk about it before. So that's the one thing I hear pretty consistently, and I did hear it a few times this year. The Applied Texas, or TACRO will be renegotiating their contract this year. I think, yeah, this year. I think so too. And so we did ask them to consider moving it back to June. They worked with us very closely this year. I tell you, their chair of the committee that's over all of these is very good. Melissa did a lot of work, and she really worked with us this year to try to keep our costs down, because going from the Pickle Center to the hotel did raise our cost. But she was really good this year in negotiating costs for us, getting extra rooms, getting screens. She brought all the laptops, so we didn't have to fly laptops in from drive laptops in from our schools, which was great. I did tell them that we'd like them to look at June, and I did mention to them that we've talked about separating back out and going to the Pickle Center again, because we can schedule it on our own time, and it is cheaper to be there. So they said they would keep that in mind as they're going forward. So we'll have this discussion, I'm sure again next year, as we see their new contract and what it's gonna mean and where we're gonna go.
I definitely think, that if we want to separate back out, that we certainly have the right to do that, and make sure that they know that, so they don't negotiate something that is not good for them and obligates us.
Right.
When we're not really wanting that.
That's a good point. I need to follow back up. Okay. Very good. Okay. That is my report on Applied Texas workshop. So we're gonna go on to letter E. That is an update from the Strategic Planning Committee that is chaired by Miguel. So Miguel, if you'd like to tell us a little bit about how you're doing there.
Sure. Good morning. So really sort of the focus for the last year has been on analyzing the application and looking at it from a usability perspective. I think some of the general information that we've been able to obtain so far, which has been mostly communicated out, is the idea that there's really a need to look at mobility-friendly platforms. There's questions related to the readability, time to completion, but then also looking for opportunities to bring new things that other applications may not have, such as a translated site that might prove to be pretty beneficial for certain individuals. We did not have a meeting during the summertime, mainly because there was a lot of shifting, and I didn't even know if I was going to be on the board. So our plan is to this month re-invite everybody to attend a separate meeting. We are sort of the next phase of looking at what we're doing is really this idea of a survey. And we're working with the coordinating board to work with their legal department, which obviously they have a lot of things that they have to look at. So as soon as they provide their approval, then we can go forward with that. And then really when you have that first part of all the analysis that's been done so far, combined with survey, that creates a report with the recommendations. So my hope is that we can sort of finalize that this semester, this fall, and come forward with a series of recommendations. Again, that's sort of along the same themes of what I've already mentioned on there. We've been working pretty closely with Graham and his team as they've looked at the transitions that they need to make to Amazon and what the actual capabilities are. And so my guess is that this document, once approved by everyone with general recommendations going forward, can serve as a guide for them as they're thinking about their changes. So I think that was it.
Any questions for Miguel? And that, for those of you that are new, I forget that some of you are new, and so you may not know what we were doing. Miguel was charged with putting together a subcommittee to look at various applications that are being used across the nation. Look for differences and similarities, and then also wants and desires from these other applications, bring them back together so that we, as the advisory committee, and also the technical team that runs or puts together Applied Texas for us, could then take those things into consideration as we move forward with Applied Texas. So that's what the work that they've been doing is to see what we could suggest, what we're missing, what we'd like, where we're better and where we're not. So having said that, any questions for Miguel? Y'all are quiet. Y'all just think we're gonna get done at 11:40.
I'll ask a question for Miguel. Miguel, so in terms of next steps, again, can you outline for us what next steps look like as we go into this analysis of best practices and what we can bring to our system.
Yeah, so again, really at this point, it's about getting the feedback from the community, and that's pending approval from the coordinating board legal department for us to be able to distribute what's in that survey. And then it's bringing those combined with the sort of quantitative analysis that we've done of things, putting that together with the subcommittee on, here's the logical recommendations based upon what we saw in this quantitative analysis and then the qualitative with the public out there.
And is it too premature to ask, when do you think that the survey will be ready based on legal approval? Is it just too premature to answer that question?
I don't know if it's premature or if it's just that we don't, it may be premature in the sense that we don't know the information yet as when they will be able to get to it. But my hope is this fall.
Okay.
I have responded, Sarah had emailed about all of Zach's wants, and I sent him what a lot of the wants are not, something that can be used or the data we can share or that we even collect. So there's going to have to be some kind of discussion either between our data department and Zach. Is Zach still serving in a role?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
working on, yeah.
So that would be what we need next steps, because I emailed and let her know that there's some things that he's requesting that are not, we're unable to share or it's not collected.
Yeah, we can definitely work with that.
So that to me would be a next step of getting together with our staff to see. I don't know what questions to ask because he has his own tool of how he runs things. So that would be a question our data people would have to come to. So that would probably be the next step in order to get the appropriate survey reviewed and beginning to do that.
Any other discussion? We're very hopeful. Then we'll move to letter F. So letter F will be a discussion of the procedures for proposing and adopting changes to Applied Texas. Claudette would like to share information just so everyone is on the same page about how to do that.
Thank you. So just to let you all know, there are a few of you that are new. There is a couple of things at your workstations, and Angie, I believe, will be able to mail you a copy of the new almanacs that were at your places. This is something that our data division has set aside for our committee, so we want you all to have a hard copy of that. It is available online as well, but they wanted to give those to you. During the initial email that was sent out by Deanna Foos was an email that gave you the orientation materials for the committee. We try to send those out at the top of every year just so you remember you are serving as a member for the entire state. So it's not specific to your own institutions. Yes, you bring valuable information to the committee, but it also is a reminder that you're serving as a representative for the entire state. When you all are talking about different items to be placed on or taken off or any kind of efficiency that needs to happen with the application, that's the role you serve. So we provided all the appropriate statutes as well as the makeup of the committee and things like that. If you have any questions about it, you can email me. And we can talk more intently about it. But that's generally you all's role on the committee. Additionally, the committee, a couple years before I took over the committee, there was an established process in order to kind of mainstream or kind of streamline all the different requests that were coming in from the institutions. So the committee itself, I think a year or two ago, created a process, a formal process. It's still, still in development, obviously, but the process, we provided some materials in your packets to show you a sample and one of the ones that we are going to be working with today. But if you look through your packets, and Angie, that should have been emailed to you, they have something at the top that says change request. This is essentially a form that's been used in order to capture what any change you want, an institution wants from for the application. And so there's different items on here, the different types of applications, what the issue is, whether it's been discussed before. So this form is a hard copy form, and then David is also pulling up where it is in the administrative suite. So we know some individuals do not have access to the administrative suite. So that's where these hard copy forms come into place. You can get them from myself or any of the committee members. You all have them now. You can just simply delete the information in here and send it on. Or if you need a form, you can contact me. But this is what the form is. So we've streamlined that process so we can capture all the information. These also serve as records that if we need to follow up with the individual who requested the change, we can contact them and also provide them an update on the process or where we are in the process of that. So it's really, we're still learning from this process because I know there are some things that we haven't done automatically and we're still determining roles and responsibilities of the form, but just know that that's the formal procedure on how we collect the information to make changes to Apply Texas. Did I miss anything, anyone? Okay. And that's pretty much it. Over the last year and possibly this year, there was a limit on the change request forms only because our Apply Texas staff has been in the process of transitioning into a new mainframe, the Amazon Web Service. So it was last year and it's going to continue this year. So I'll get David to talk a little bit more, but it's our understanding that because they're in the process of maintaining two mainframes at the same time and working to move things from one place to another, we have limited the change request on big items or big changes. And that's really determined based on the work that is needed from the team. So David, do you have anything else to share regarding that?
Not really, just that we appreciate everyone's patience as we move from our current mainframe environment at the University of Texas, Austin, to the cloud on Amazon Web Services. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have, we're not saying that we're not taking any change requests. It really is, what we do is we ask the technical team how much time it takes to make those changes. It could take 30 minutes, it could take 3 days, it could take months, depending on what the request is. And that's why we've streamlined this process to also analyze the time needed in order to make whatever change. And then the committee decides if this is an appropriate change to make and priority for the year. So we're concentrating on the next cycle of applications. Are there any questions, comments?
I guess I would just like to maybe ask if there could be like a public-facing place for the form. So maybe if, instead of behind a login, if the form could be placed somewhere else so someone who's not on the committee could get to it, or somebody who doesn't have the suite. I think that would be appropriate, especially since a large part of our constituents aren't represented on the committee.
David, would that be easily done to have it on the actual website, maybe place the form?
Yes, I think we could do that. We could find a place.
But you don't have to be on committee to get to the form. You have to have admin access, on Apply Texas, and that's a school, it's school by school deciding who gets that access. So a lot of our colleagues do have access to it. They probably don't know it's there, but yeah.
I don't know if you can see, David pulled it up for you. Yeah. We learn something every day. Awesome. That's all I had if there are no further questions. Thank you.
We're going to move into the real meat of the meeting now as we're starting to talk and review some of the proposed changes. We're going to start with the proposed changes to Apply Texas or procedures that were carried forth from last year to this year because we could not address them or get them on the schedule for last year. David's going to take over at this point to discuss those for us.
Thank you. I just wanted to go over a few updates first, and then a few requests that have come in that are largely instructional text requests that we could handle fairly quickly. And then we'll move on to some other requests that have come in that are probably more appropriate for next cycle. Additional daily application deliveries, this is just an update. For several last few months now, we have been doing additional daily deliveries at 7 a.m. and 12 p.m. In addition to our normal 6 p.m. Application delivery, and that's been going great. And we'd love to get more folks on board, so if you're interested, please reach out to our administrative desk. And we've got a lot of latitude there. We can do just 7 a.m., just 12 p.m., Monday through Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We can sort of customize to fit your needs. We did reintroduce the audit requiring that Apply Texas accounts have verified email addresses associated with them. We rolled this in slowly over the last month and a half. First, we did the 1920 cycle for 4 years, then added 2 years, then the 2021 cycle for 4 years, and then added 2 years. And that's been going well. We moved the placement of that audit to the submission page. So before, it was at the time of account creation, and we didn't want to interrupt the flow of the applicant continuing with their app, so we moved that to the submission page. So when the applicant goes in to submit an application, at that point we audit and make sure their email address has been verified, and if it hasn't, we let them know and give them the option to resend that verification link. As part of that effort, we've been reaching out to school districts across the state because some of them have policies in place to block outside email. They've been blocking our emails, which presented difficulties for applicants as far as getting our verification emails, password reset emails, and submission confirmation emails. And we found that we've had a lot of success getting, it's been slow going, but we've had a lot of success getting school districts to change and modify some policies to allow our email addresses or emails to get through. And the primary reason we reintroduced email verification is it's been an ongoing effort to reduce the number of fake applications that we're getting. Our thought is that these fake applications are an attempt to get .edu email addresses, which they then sell. So this is sort of an ongoing effort to slow or stop that process.
One question for you before we move on.
Sure.
When did this which thank you so much, when did this go into play? When was this change live?
The first, we went live August 19th with all 2-year apps for the 1920 cycle, 2019-2020 cycle. And then a week after that, we added all 4 years. And then a week after that, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact dates, but a week after that, we added 4-year for the 2021 cycle, all 4-year apps for the 2021 cycle. And then a week after that, added the 2-year apps for the 2021 cycle. So right now, all of them, all current applications in our system, before they can be submitted, that email address needs to be verified.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions on that?
I do have a request. On the front lines, we didn't receive any kind of notification that this change was happening. And so all of a sudden, I get messages across the board of something's changed, and we didn't have any notice of it. So I'm requesting that some sort of notice be sent out before the change happens so that those on the front lines can be notified of, hey, as you're helping these students with these applications, this is going to start happening.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We can definitely do that. We have added additional schools to the commit data feed that's going to Dallas County Promise. Last year, that number was, I believe, 11 schools, and we've brought that number up to 57 across 11 school districts. And that's primarily counselor and FAFSA-related data that Dallas County Promise is getting from us. We made a change this past cycle preventing applicants from entering high school codes on the application. We were having an issue where a lot of applicants were selecting school not found, and that was making it difficult for counselors to view all the applicants at their high schools. So we've modified that to encourage them to use our school search and get the correct code in our system. And these are incomplete numbers because the cycle's not complete yet, but so far we've seen a reduction from 7.7% to 1.1% of two-year apps and 3.9% down to 1.5% of four-year apps. And we're pretty excited about that.
David, I'm sorry. I want to go back to the commit data feed.
Sure.
So this is data going out to Dallas Promise itself. Here, I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking. So last year, I always fill out applications just so I can go in, I keep myself familiar, and I fill out applications to lots of different places. Last year, in the early spring, I started getting emails from someone, because my high school is Duncanville, which is part of the Dallas County Promise, that first encouraged me to look at scholarships, but eventually encouraged me to consider going to community college. And so I'm wondering, and I actually talked to Claudette a little bit about it. This is one of the state advisors, part of the advising group.
Right.
So I'm just wondering if that was the purpose for providing the data feed, because it seemed, I was fine with, don't forget to do the FAFSA and fill out scholarships, but when it started to encourage me as an applicant that did not apply to a community college to consider applying to a community college, that concerned me.
And I can answer some of that. I did research that further after you came and talked to me. I don't think it was the commit organization. It was an advisor that was there at the specific high school who had access to Apply Texas and was able to send out to her students information, and commit was part of that, because when you there's TRIO programs and all sorts of programs, so she was connecting all these things in one email. And so it wasn't necessarily, because it was concerning that would have happened, but I did research and I called the school, and it was an advisor from another program that was just in collaboration with this group and other groups. So that we got clarification on that. So there was no, we were trying to figure out how this person would have gotten any data, but that wasn't the case. She has her own access to Apply Texas. So that was the reason why so she would have had your information
Through the high school.
Through the high school, yes. And I can give some more clarity on this partnership. Dallas County Promise has been a partner. It took about 1.5 years to secure an MOU internally. This was thoroughly vetted through our general counsel, back and forth, like I said, for 1.5 years. But what they're wanting to do, it's nothing different than how a normal counselor would receive information, but we put in place with legal assistance an MOU to share the information, because each school district is allowing Dallas County Promise or the Commit program to help them as they're trying to get more students to apply through the application process, but also to get the financial aid, financial filing the FAFSA filing status that's located in the counselor suite. So what they've asked our Apply Texas team to do is to help them combine all of the information into one area instead of, so you see 57 schools. What was happening is that an individual would go into each school and draw down the data. It would take them all day. So essentially, they created and worked very closely with Apply Texas staff and paid for a way to capture all that information in one place. So it's more of an efficient data rollout. That is a very unique circumstance and situation that we have with them, but they have met all the approvals legally and with the MOUs and the other agreements they have with each of the school districts. So that's, they have, I think, I don't know how many school districts, but schools within the school districts, it's a lot of school districts. 11 school districts. But they have MOUs specifically with specific high schools. So that's why it's even more pertinent that the Apply Texas team work with them, because the way the counselor suite data works is that if I have an MOU with the school district, I have all the schools under that school district. But because the Commit partnership only has MOUs with specific high schools in a school district, that's where David and their team kind of just pull out those exact high schools. So they're not getting approvals from any other, for any other schools that they don't have approval from. So it was a very complex negotiation, and we got it done. But that's what that is. As the Commit, the Promise programs continue across the state, we may be anticipating something similar with other regions that are wanting to do this as well. So we have now a process in place for that, which we're excited about, but that comes by situation. It's a situational issue. That mean, any questions around that?
For any two-year institutions that, for instance, Alamo College, as a matter of fact, Bexar County goes live with its Alamo Promise program on Wednesday. So I'm just curious to know in what ways, if a two-year institution or any institution is looking at their Promise programs for their community, what do you recommend? Who do we contact? Who do we begin those engagements with on a case-by-case conversation?
On a separate note, aside from this, I'll put on the hat where we have talked to others. We met with another group that was talking about convening all the Promise programs to talk about how to do certain things like this. So I think that's coming eventually. The way that Commit did this for the Dallas County Promise Group did is they came directly to us to start talking about that process, but they have a tool that they use themselves. So I don't know, every Promise program is probably going to be different. I did talk to someone from the Houston area, and I explained the same process that they do currently to them. They're okay with doing each MOU with each school district in the way that we currently have the process or access to Counselor Suite. But there may be other instances, like you said, that would warrant another way to look at the data. So all that to say is just contact me and we'll work it out. But we kind of cross that hurdle when we come to it. Just because we don't know what tool you're using. The way that the Commit group does it, they have a specific tool that they use to kind of transfer the data so that I couldn't tell you all the technical pieces, but I know I've seen it, and that's how they do it. So it's very situational. Thank you.
This next item is just request, encouragement. We'd love to have more high schools in particular, but also higher ed institutions as a part of the transcript request service that we maintain in collaboration with the TEA. I know that there are some challenges there, but we'd love to see participation increase with that. This next one is probably more applicable to the next cycle, but we did get a request into our administrative box asking that we require applicants to answer 3 questions related to establishing domicile in Texas. Right now, they're questions that are not required. And the request, I think, is just to make them required. So I don't know if that's something we want to talk about right now.
So wouldn't that be part of the residency section?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
part of residency.
And it's not required that they answer those questions?
The way they're worded is, I think, if you have a parent that's in the military, and so they're optional right now. and there's an assumption if they don't answer them that it's not applicable. And this institution would just request that we require them to answer them.
I know that we've had several requests around residency, and residency continues to be one of those topics that is always in flux and not in flux at the same time. So thank you for bringing that forward. We'll have to look and see what avenues we have this year. The residency has been in review for a little while now to see about potential changes. Obviously, those come from statute and also from rules from the coordinating board.
And we have a separate, our general counsel does all of our residency questions. That's not even something I work on personally. So we can take that back to them. If there's specific things around residency, we can go to our general counsel.
Did this school actually propose 3 questions for further consideration? I see questions. Did they actually
I've
present
pulled it up on the screen. The 3 questions,
It's hard to read the screen.
Very tiny, David.
how do I make it bigger?
We're getting
That
there.
better?
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Gotta figure out which contact.
And I can read them out. The specific questions relate to how long the individual has lived in Texas and their main purpose for being in the state. The second one's if they are a member of the U.S. military, whether Texas is their home of record, and which state is listed as their military legal residence on his or her leave-in earnings statement. And then the third is whether they hold the title to residential real property in Texas or have ownership interest and manage a business in Texas.
I'm not sure those questions are on there at all.
They're
they
there,
are
but
on
it's
there,
a
yes.
matter of, it's
Depends on how you
depending on
answer?
how they answer previous questions,
Or whether they
those
show up.
questions get presented to them. And a student can say that they're a dependent. They can see the question, but they are not obligated to answer those questions. So, in how these are actually stated, student would be answering these questions relative to, as a freshman, relative to the parent, not their own.
Correct.
So, yeah, we see that they can skip. I think if they answer yes to the 36 months and yes to the 12 months prior to high school graduation, then they don't get a lot of the questions that really could be
In other words,
helpful.
it's skip logic. It
It
skips
is,
over
it's
the.
skip logic.
Correct.
Mhm.
Just so we're clear, I just want to make sure, it's not about adding questions, it's about the logic of answering, correct?
Correct.
Well, I think to make any recommendation on this, aside from the fact that the general counsel's office has to review, we would really have to go through the whole process to see, the whole section as a
Correct.
committee, and see what skips and where it skips, depending on how you answer.
So the general counsel only needs to weigh in if there are changes to the question, or if there's questions about the questions, or if there's something that's an implication, I believe. So David and I talked offline, and I think if you all want to create a subcommittee to review the logic, if this is a continual issue, it might be a good idea to create a subcommittee to review the logic for this.
Is it true that 2-year and 4-year run differently?
The residency?
Yes.
No.
No. Okay.
The logic is the same.
So do we have interest in a subcommittee at this point? Would anyone like to jump in? Hi, Sheila.
Hi. So I'm on a sort of an advisory committee with Kathleen for residency in the state, and we've been looking at some of the interpretation or the actually part of the statute to see, you know, what makes sense and what doesn't. I think Michelle was already on that committee too. But I think that it would be very beneficial for this group. I know I'm not part of the committee. I'm speaking for Jamie, so I'm going to do that. To look at that logic, because I think that as a residency determination official, we see that there is some real challenges in the way that this is managed. So I'm just throwing that out there.
I agree with that, and I agree with what Rebecca's saying, because we can get in real trouble going in and making questions required, and then in essence, if we haven't studied it, and then that student gets stuck somewhere in that process, and we have to be sure that it's logical and reasonable for a student to answer the questions and where. So I agree a subcommittee would be very beneficial.
So if I'm hearing correctly, I'm hearing Michelle and Becky are on the subcommittee.
And that's acceptable, but I'm also interested, Sheila, in whether or not we could have at least one, if not more, members from that, because we haven't heard much from that group that's been working with.
Yeah, I recommend that Sheila be on this subcommittee as well as a representative from that group. Yeah.
I would be glad to. I think that there's some really great conversation there, but there's not actionable items yet, I think, and it's been a little slow going because it's unofficial, I think. So maybe to have something officially, you know, sanctioned to look into it would be really helpful.
Sheila, out of curiosity, are you all essentially just looking at a decision tree and having conversations about, you know, the relevance and compliance, and is that essentially how that conversation has been going up to this point? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, and the statute's vague enough that institutions can interpret that in their own fashion many times. And so someone who perhaps was considered a resident at one school would not be considered a resident at our school. And I think there's a desire to try and help bring some uniformity to that. We require different items and sometimes more volume of documentation depending on the school. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's looking at this decision tree, but I think it's also looking at the way that schools choose to interpret the language.
Because I can see that with residency officials as well. Because as I moved out of that position and put somebody else in it,
right,
it got a lot more conservative.
I'm interested in being part of that subcommittee.
Perfect. Thank you.
I am as well.
Hey, Rebecca, this is Angie.
So am
Can
I.
we have
Angie.
members on that subcommittee who are not on this committee?
Yes, you can include others that are not part of the Applied Texas Advisory Committee, but this committee, if there's a lead for the subcommittee, that person would be responsible for coordinating meetings and also bringing back an update to the committee, to this Applied Texas Advisory Committee.
Okay, thanks. I would like to have a member on the subcommittee from Sam Houston.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Angie. If you want to email me and Claudette and Mordecai.
Okay, thanks.
Learning my role.
That'd be great. We'll add them on there. Let me make sure. I'm going to make sure I've got everyone on here. Okay.
Same here, Rebecca.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't want to be on the committee. I'm good with not being on the committee. I need to make sure I've got everybody. Hang on.
I have Becky, Michelle, Sheila Gray, Andrew, Madeline, Angie,
He's going to send somebody.
Rosie, and Paula.
Okay, I do then.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll jump out here. Remember last cycle, did we have a conversation where we had to count the amount of committee members that were part of a subcommittee and then had to reduce because there was a statute that said you couldn't have a certain amount? It wasn't officially a subcommittee at that point. it was too many people in the subcommittee to be considered a subcommittee?
No, I don't think that was that was my discussion point. It's that if it was, what I was recommending is making an agenda item for
Okay.
the committee, because everyone was wanting to be on the committee. But if it's the case, so it's not necessarily, we wound up just having it a subcommittee that
Okay.
Miguel's overseeing.
Okay.
And this other subcommittee will be specific, because they're working offline and engaging others in that subcommittee work, and then they'll just bring back someone to report. But we do need a lead for the subcommittee.
Yes, so next, whose name am I bolding? Oh, very good. Or Paula had volunteered as well.
You can both do it.
I was like, do I say, or, oh, okay, and I just got Angie sent, her, representative is gonna be Matt Chasteen. I just said it on public, out in public, so I hope you told Matt, he's out in
Yes,
the
that's
world
correct.
now.
He's on vacation today, but he'll find out when he gets back.
Tell you what, you don't get to take vacations. You get volunteered to do things. Thank you for that. Okay, so Paula and Becky are going to arm wrestle during the break. Paula, okay, so we'll go with Paula. Okay, thank you all. This is obviously a very interesting topic and one that we're also all invested in. So I appreciate the work.
Right, and so as the work's happening, if there's anything that needs to be discussed, regarding our general counsel, someone will bring that to me, Paula will bring that to me, but I don't see a problem with reviewing the logic, and then if there's along the way something that needs to be interpreted in a certain way, that's where our general counsel will come into play. So I just want to let you all know that that's the case.
Okay.
So we won't be moving forward on that specific request, correct?
Not
It'll
yet.
be part of a larger consideration of the residency logic
Correct.
in general.
Yes.
Yeah, so it'll, the response back to this requester would be that a subcommittee subcommittee's been established to review the logic, and we will make determination based on that. Our next meeting, we'll have to have the update, and then we can probably give a better timeline.
Perfect. Thank you. The next item, the proposal we got was a request to reword the explanatory text surrounding the question that asks applicants to enter previous and current college information.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the one from Cindy?
Yes. No, there's two different ones with this one. This one specifically, the request is to remove the text referencing college-level correspondence study, or if other folks need it, they'd like it moved after the text surrounding dual credit.
Is the confusion that students that are dual credit students that are now moving on to a four-year institution or mistakenly answering that incorrectly, is that the cause behind the proposal?
Let me see if I can pull it up. Correspondence study is not used often and is an outdated term.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay. So based on that, move forward with removing that text?
Does anyone have any concerns with that? I agree, it's outdated. I didn't even know it was on there, so. Okay, I'm seeing folks, I don't know if we need a vote, I guess. What is a change, so we do need a vote. So is there a motion to go ahead and make this change to the college level correspondence study terms?
I motion to make the change.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, very good. We did it while Claudette wasn't looking.
Yes. So I'm gonna have to see your notes later.
Okay. Thanks, David. Go ahead.
Okay, the next one also deals with the previous and current college information text. Let's see if I can pull this up. Yes. They'd like to reword it. Right now it says, please send an official transcript from all schools listed. And they'd like to change it to, it is your responsibility to submit official transcripts to each university applied to from each institution attended.
David, I just want to, are these requests on any of the forms, or are these just in this list?
They're the forms I sent to you on
Okay.
Friday.
So it's the change, it was this change request is what was just voted on?
No.
I know.
No, I don't think, we don't have a form on the one we just voted on, correct?
Or do you have it on
do you-
this
or do you-
list?
It's in the,
Okay.
it's in this packet? Okay. The one we're talking about at this moment is this one right here.
I'm sorry. I'm just wanting to, because we're essentially going into item H now. And I just wanted to make sure that I'm capturing the correspondence study is not often, so the last one on page 4 in this long document is what you just voted on, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Just making sure. And then you're going, all of the ones you're going over now are on this list, correct?
Correct.
And then the change, if they're not on this list, they're in the change request forms that were provided.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
The thought that comes to mind on this, the current request is, I was trying to answer it amongst ourselves, but I'll bring it up to my colleagues. Are there any implications that we will foresee in terms of process with that additional language regarding the new Senate Bill 25? Is there anything in there that would impact that statement being published as it's being recommended? Is this the last one that you just read, the transcript one?
Yes,
So,
it's a wording change regarding.
So it's the student's responsibility. Could you read it again, please?
Sure. The current reads, please send an official transcript from all schools listed. And the proposal is to change that text to, it is your responsibility to submit official transcripts to each university applied to from each institution attended.
Impact any of that?
Can you say
So-
that again?
Absolutely. So I don't see anything that conflicts with Senate Bill 25, and I think the language helps to encourage students correctly to send all of their transcripts to each institution.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah, I did get some clarity from Cindy Hess, who provided this, and the issue was that students were sending their transcripts to one school and thinking that that was good enough for all schools, that somehow we would share those transcripts. sent one time. So this does, I think, add clarity and help the student, perhaps.
And I also like that it says from each institution attended instead of from all schools listed, because we're finding students aren't listing their institutions that they've attended because they have a former debt. So this, yeah, imagine that. So this actually helps clarify that they still must, even if they don't list that transcript, it is still a requirement for them to submit that transcript.
What does the communication flow look like if I decide to apply to go to, I won't say name of an institution, Institution A, I'm denied admission into that Institution A. And so now with the new Senate bill, if I've listed 3 other institutions of my interest, Institution A denies me, now I roll over to Institution B as a potential. Am I understanding that correctly?
We're actually going to discuss this a little bit
Thank you.
later.
I'm just trying to make sure if I'm the student, I'm just trying to think from the student, what happens in terms of
Yeah.
communication flow and then the sharing of records, or my promptness to then all of a sudden then share new records with the student that I've been with the institution, so.
It's actually in this section,
you.
so we will be having a little bit more discussion about Senate Bill 25
Thank you.
in all its glory. But back to this one, with the wording change, do we have a motion?
I move that we accept the wording change as presented in this proposal.
And a second?
I second.
Very good. Let's have a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Very good. We have approved this one as well, David.
Thank you. And then the final one, this is on page 1 of the handout. This request is regarding the instructional text on entering first, middle, and last name on the application.
Yeah.
And the proposal is to add text, it's in the second paragraph, that says something similar to, please list your full legal name as stated on your government-issued identification. This could include, but not limited to, passport, birth certificate, social security card, court document, etc.
Is there any instruction?
Well, when I was looking, so we have 3 different versions of instructional text, one on the profile, and then one on domestic applications and one on international applications, I think I captured it. Oh, jeez. So the current language on the profile, I'll read it since that's impossible to read, is enter your full legal last, first, and middle name. Please do not include diacritical marks such as accents or tildes. Do not use nicknames or abbreviations or commas because this information will be used for your official record if you enroll. Use your full legal name on all documents sent to the institution to which you are applying. If you have a passport, enter your name as it appears on your passport. The current language on biographical page for U.S. applications, enter your full legal first, last, first, and middle name. Do not use nicknames or abbreviations because this information will be used for your official record if you enroll. Use your full legal name on all documents sent to the institution to which you are applying. Please do not include diacritical marks such as accents or tildes. And then on the biographical page for international apps, is the same as above. But I didn't capture. It also mentions, enter your name exactly as it appears on your passport. So on the international apps, it does reference a legal document. Domestic apps, it does not. So there's an opportunity here, I think, to make that instructional text consistent, at least, in all three places. And then maybe add the reference suggested in this request regarding legal documents.
Discussion? I saw eyebrows going up and down, up and down.
I know.
I think they don't read it.
It is. I think that's part of the issue also.
If we could just say, please enter your name as it appears on your driver's license or passport. I don't know.
I do think we need to include something besides passport for our domestic applicants, because I don't know how many
Right.
high school
Have one.
students have a passport.
Just put driver's license.
Driver's license.
whatever.
Or not even driver's license, state ID, because there are going to be a lot of students that don't even have a driver's license or have access to
Yeah.
it.
I just think, I don't know if it's a problem to say government-issued identification. I think most students can understand that. And that covers anything, a driver's license, an ID. a
Without
pass-
all the other
Yeah,
language. that
exactly,
goes with it.
stopping
Yeah,
the
yeah,
sentence,
right.
stopping the description there.
Would you add card to give them a little more clarity? Government-issued identification card? Because we know what we're thinking about. We're thinking driver's license or state IDs, but that would give them a little more clarity. When you say card, they might picture it.
Yeah, but an international,
A
if you
passport,
say
yeah,
government
so-
issued,
I don't know if we want to make them match, because international
Yeah.
students will have a passport.
we want the passport for the international.
I think I think the international application should continue to have passport, but the domestic side would have the government issued identification phrasing and card if y'all think it's
And their
applicable.
name is pre-populating from the profile, correct?
Yes.
Onto the app, so really, I would recommend that if they need to make changes to the name, they need to go back to their profile and make those changes, where you have instructions there. Repeating
Right, and the
instructions.
profile, at that point, we don't know whether they're a domestic or international applicant.
Okay.
If we use the term card, do we think in any way that that would present confusion if, about a birth certificate?
Yes. Yeah, that's,
The use of a birth certificate?
you know, is the number one problem that they're providing a preferred name as their first name? I mean, does
think-
everybody agree with that? In other words, instead of Rebecca, they're putting Becky in there. Since we now have an option to put a preferred name, the descripting language might be able to be a little bit more friendly to say, list your legal name, you will have an opportunity to provide a preferred name later.
I think it's that, but it's also, you know, on one thing, a lot of students list a dual last name, and then on another document, it doesn't have the dual last name. So really, I think we really do we're trying to make consistency. So the consistency is typically their legal name. That would be consistent. I think examples, just a few examples are helpful. I mean, I really do think, you know, just saying birth certificate, passport, or driver's license doesn't add that many more words, and I think it helps the student. Well, I would expect that the high school would have required, and had some vetting of their name. Is that true, not true? No, the kid
That's
can,
not always true. I mean, I see a lot of abbreviated names on high school transcripts. It's,
abbreviated as in, you
I mean,
mean
his name is
nicknames?
Jonathan and maybe John
Okay,
or
yeah.
Johnny or something like that. I see a lot of that on high school transcripts, unfortunately. I mean, I don't think it's,
Yeah.
every school doesn't make sure it's the legal name, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a problem.
I just want to remind everyone that if you're going to speak, to click the button so you're heard over the video.
To go back to Rebecca's recommendation, I support it. I don't know if we need to add card in there, but either way, if we just do 2 or 3 examples, I think that should be sufficient. But I support Rebecca's recommendation.
I think I would add birth certificate then. I don't think students are gonna think of a birth certificate as a government-issued identification.
The motion would be to move forward. Is there a call for a motion?
Go ahead, to come up with the wording. So what would the actual wording be?
So we want to go with the suggestion, please list your full legal name as stated on your government-issued identification. This could include but not limited to passport, birth certificate, driver's license? Anything else?
That someone had also mentioned state ID.
I think it was Dara.
Thank you.
All right, someone say that again.
Please list your full legal name as stated on your government-issued identification. This could include, but is not limited to, passport, birth certificate, driver's license, or another state ID. State identification.
Do we want to go as far as to include military ID?
I think they'll have one or the other.
Okay, one more time, David.
Please list your full legal name as stated on your government-issued identification. This could include, but is not limited to, passport, birth certificate, driver's license, or other state identification.
Okay, what do y'all think? Any discussion about the wording?
We could trim a couple of words out of that. We could lose the word please. And we could lose the words government issued, and replace them with official identification. So just a thought, since we were getting back toward being more wordy.
Well, if we take out government issued, do we then just go straight to passport, birth certificate, driver's license, or other state identification? Take out that whole middle section.
And I think we could.
We could. Yeah.
All right, so if you chop out the middle section. I'm afraid to chop it out because then we might decide we want it back. Okay, so it would say, please, well, we're gonna take out the please. List your, do it. List your full legal name as stated on your passport, birth certificate, driver's license, or other state identification. Yeah. So, how about we move driver's license? A little mouse is talking in my ear.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about, students are more likely to have a driver's license than a passport, so you want to see that before a passport or birth certificate. That was just
Yes,
the little mouse.
That was the
talking.
mouse.
I'm concerned they're going to call and say, well, my name's different on these items. Which one do I use?
They probably will because mine is.
So you're going to, I mean, somehow you're going to have to say one of the following. Because when you list them like that, as it was read, it sounds like you want the name that's on each of those.
Yes. Okay. Is stated on one of, no.
You could say, as stated on your official identification. You could do just a comma, i.e. password, or
But isn't your legal name
passport.
only really on your birth certificate
Officially.
officially?
Don't know.
Well, on a passport as well, but again, do a lot of students likely have a passport?
Can we read it as it's being proposed now?
Got the shorter version.
What, do we know what's being proposed now?
I haven't changed the one yet, so I have right now, list your full legal name as stated on your driver's license, passport, birth certificate, or other state identification. Could be as stated on one of the following. So list your full legal name as stated on one of the following, colon. Driver's license, passport, birth certificate, or other state identification.
I think that gives leeway to the student to be able to provide necessary documentation. I think it's just important that our colleagues understand the intent of the language change.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here thinking if we went birth certificate, I would also think would be the one official. I don't know that's for sure, but the, how many kids know where their birth certificate is? I don't even know where mine is at the moment. So that would be the next phone call. I don't have my birth certificate.
I got that call recently.
So what about, do we like list your full legal name as stated on one of the following, colon, driver's license, passport, birth certificate, or other state identification? How are we feeling about that one?
Can you read it one more time?
List your full legal name as stated on one of the following, colon, driver's license, passport, birth certificate, or other state identification.
Just being nitpicky, passport is not a state identification, so, but I guess it could still be that way, because then that would give you leeway for other things that state of
Right.
Texas might issue.
That's what I was thinking.
I like that.
Okay, if we like that, do we have a motion for that?
I move.
Okay.
Can I, before we do that,
Oh, more discussion from
would
David.
that be to replace the entire instructional text as currently, that huge block of instructional text we currently have, or just the last part of that instructional text?
Perhaps you should read that entire one.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can see it, but
Sure. Currently, it says, enter your full legal last, first, and middle name. Please do not include diacritical marks such as accents or tildes. Do not use nicknames or abbreviations or commas because this information will be used for your official record if you enroll. Use your full legal name on all documents sent to the institution to which you are applying. If you have a passport, enter your name as it appears on your passport without diacritical marks.
My feeling is that the sentence,
what this is.
I'm trying to find it there, use
Hey, it's getting bigger.
your full legal name on all documents sent to the institution to which you're applying. I mean, I think I understand what that means, which means use the same name that the transcripts coming in to that institution will have on them. I think that's what that means. But I don't know that an applicant is going to understand that sentence to begin with. I would recommend that the sentence that we came up with replace the last two sentences of this statement.
And what do you think about leading with the sentence that we just came up with?
That's what I think.
Mm-hmm. And then you can put all the little things in there. And then take out the last two sentences?
Correct.
I agree. I think if you lead with that, that's what they're going to read and remember. And then that's what they're going to go with. If you keep putting the extra in there, they're not going to read the rest of that. I think go with what the intent is.
When we do the application drives, we explain it, so they don't really read it. So it's pretty much what we tell them or how we tell them to fill it out. And we do state the driver's license or any identification that they have. Because they do skip that part. They just see full legal name and type.
But you're talking about guided sessions to enter the application. I mean, thousands of our students don't do this independently of a guided session. So are we ready for a motion?
So lead with the two sentences, or lead with the sentence we came up with. Remove the last two current sentences. And then continue with the rest as is? Or would we also want to remove enter your full legal last, first, and middle name?
You remove that too.
Remove that also?
Yeah, so the sentence we came up with would replace the enter your full legal last,
Okay.
first, and middle name.
Okay.
Then you do the please don't. Unless you want to take off the please.
Rebecca, can we keep this, please?
We may keep that, please.
And then you get down to the last two and we take those out. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And carry that language, make it consistent on all the profile and all application types? Does that?
Yes, I think so. Everyone agree? That way it's consistent? Okay. So we have wording, and we're going to make that change so it is consistent on profile and within. Now, maybe, do we have a motion to do all of that? Nope.
Can you read it one more time for the record?
For the record, I have to go
Sure.
see it. So it starts with list your full legal name as stated on one of the following, driver's license, passport, birth certificate, or other state identification. Please do not include all kinds of marks and stuff. I can't read all that.
Such as accent.
Yeah, or tildes. Thank you.
Accents
Go, David.
or tildes. Do not use nicknames or abbreviations or commas because this information will be used for your official record if you enroll.
And that's it. Okay, great. That's what I
Thank
got.
you.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I move that we approve this change of the description of the name entry.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor? Anyone opposed, same sign. Okay, so that one's approved as well. Before we go on, we have our student representative who actually joined us on the phone probably about an hour ago at this point. Sarah, is it Hecky? Sarah Hecky from UT Austin. So welcome, Sarah. Thank you for joining us.
There somewhere.
Okay. Please continue, David. What else you got for us?
Okay, I just had one final update, and that is that Tim Brace has officially retired. If he's watching, thank you, but I hope he is finding something else to do right now.
Oh, he's sipping margaritas somewhere.
Okay.
Is there,
Oh, that's you.
yes.
So you want to take a quick break? We're going to finish at 11:40. Maybe. Okay, we're going to take a quick break so that we can take care of business. And then we're going to come back and keep pushing until 11:40. So let's just take like a 10-minute break and try to be back around 11:50-ish, 11:53, somewhere in there. I mean 10, not 11. 10. Not 11, 10. 10:53-ish. right? What's the prison? Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order in order to make sure that we still know our representatives on the phone. If I could just have the representatives from the committee that are on the phone just check in with us.
Hey, this is Angie. I'm here.
Thank you, Angie.
Oh, Sarah's here. Sorry.
Thank you, Sarah. Welcome.
Hi.
Okay, we were making sure because since we are in voting, we're making sure that we still have quorum. So thank you both for staying on the phone with us. And at this point, I think we're turning the microphone over to Graham. Is that right?
David's going to go.
Oh, David's got a few more things. Okay, back to David.
Yes, so the, from the minutes from the April 15th, 2019 meeting, I was just asked to give an update on the second page, other items to work on. These are carryover from the previous cycle that we did not do. The first, assessed conditional custom questions. We view this as post-move to our new cloud-based environment. So we do plan to look at that, but after we move over to Amazon Web Services. The same with the second item, assess tracking, refer data. The third item, international two-year applicants and problem with visa info. I believe we were waiting for more clarification on that, and I'm not sure of the current status. This item may also have been withdrawn. I'm not sure about that, though. Assess self-reported module. This was another one that'll wait on the move to AWS. The app type specific fee waiver message, that request was withdrawn. Dual credits and residency, that item is on hold and is maybe another consideration for the subcommittee that's going to be looking at residency. Email deliverability verification, that item is done. Delivering in something other than EDI, again, this one will wait on the move to Amazon Web Services. We definitely plan on looking at that. Integration with College Board, we can talk some more about this. They did send me an updated flow. This would also be an item that would wait on the move to Amazon Web Services. Part of the issue there is their current design asks us to collect fees for sending test scores and then send those fees on to them. With our current system, we don't have that capability, and so it would require development on their part to collect fees with the existing module they've built, but they would need a commitment from us before they move forward on that. So that one waits till the move to Amazon Web Services. And those are the updates I have on those carry forward items.
Thank you, David.
Okay. Now I think Graham is on board.
Moving on with changes to consider. The first is related to Senate Bill 25. We may need to add an opt-in to our certification page, allowing applicants to indicate their desire to have their application forwarded to another institution offering the same program and major. This is a legislative sourced item. I imagine it will have some discussion.
Yes, so this request came from the coordinating board, obviously, because it is legislatively mandated. I provided to you all in your packets the change request form that came from the coordinating board, along with the language that's in the bill, Senate Bill number 25. I just added the two sections that were relevant to this specific piece. From what I understand, what I proposed is that we add the consent. It is mandated for this current application cycle. So it's a 1920, which is what we're in currently. With that said, the request is that we add the consent language. The consent language is up for discussion, and that the item be added as soon as the approvals have been made. So what I have is, I've drafted just a consent that says, it's on the change request form, and it reads, should you be denied admission to a particular degree program in which you applied, do you allow the institution to share your application for admission with another institution that offers the degree program? And it be a radial yes or no question. So what I added is, again, it's legislatively mandated, and the language reads that in adopting a form, so adopting under this application form, that a student would allow the institution to send on their application to another institution that offers the same degree program. That's, yes, you have a question?
So not a question necessarily about the language in terms of process, and I don't want to get ahead of you. So then what would that, I go back to an earlier question, what would the process then look like? The student applies to all institutions in which they're of interest. If they're denied access, or, excuse me, entry into institution A and institution B, is there going to be a prompt of any kind from institution B to send transcripts if the student, or is it just, we need to make sure that we're doing a good job of educating every student, every institution that you're interested in applying to, send your transcripts? Is there expectancy of communication from the institution that now is in the B slot that moves to the A slot?
There is an expectation under this, but it's not under the purview of this committee. The only obligation for the committee is really to add the question and the consent on the application.
Thank you, Claudia.
You're welcome.
This is Angie, and I apologize if y'all had discussed this previously, but I had questions more on the logistical side of, is Applied Texas sending the application, or the institution be required to send the application somewhere else? And then how would we know where to send it? I have several questions, also about like payment of the application, and then also the data, the file format in which the data would be sent.
So we, on a side note, there was some prior discussions with practitioners. A lot of those similar questions came into place. However, that is the institution's responsibility on how to determine. I've met with our general counsel, and really the only obligation for this committee specifically would be the question. So it's adding the other pieces, or the other on how to implement this specific piece is not necessarily discussed here. I imagine that, again, there are a lot of questions. I mean, we did talk about different types of degree programs. We talked about timing. And to your point, Angie, we talked about some of those as well, about data transfer. I did talk to David, and I think he talked to Graham about how. So my question to them when this came up is there an opportunity to be able to transfer data between institutions? And I think the answer currently is no. So, again, the obligation we have for this committee would be the question, the yes or no, and the institutions determine how to implement.
Okay, thanks.
But if we ask the question, don't we also have some kind of obligation to make sure there's follow through with it. So, I mean, I understand that our obligation is to ask the question, but I think we have to go a little bit further than that. I mean, we can't mandate everything, but
Because
I
then
think we
it's-
have to actually discuss it.
I don't want to misspeak, but I tried to get the intent of this legislation with no success. So like I said, our position at the coordinating board is to add it. I believe we completely understand, and like I mentioned, some of the discussion that's been offline, and also currently, there's an expectation of some guidance around how to implement. That I'm sure will come, but at this time, because it's in this current cycle, we have to put this on the application at this point and then move forward. So we do know that there are implications to that because there are students that have already applied. But again, the statute is pretty clear. It's saying that it has to be on this application cycle.
I think that's great. I guess my only thought would be if we have to put the question and it be a radio button, at the very least, I think it should also be an opportunity to say, I would like my stuff to be forwarded to at least this school or one or two schools. I mean, to just have a radio button with no other additional information, to me, would seem to be purposeless. I mean, but that's just a suggestion.
And this is Angie again. Also, to your point with that last statement, if they had already applied to those institutions in that initial application, if that was one of the institutions they selected, then we wouldn't have to send the information, correct? If they would have already initially applied to all the institutions that had the program that they wanted, how would we know if those other entities already got their application?
We don't. So
So it would be duplicate work on our part if we sent an application to an institution who already received it the first time from Apply Texas.
So here's, and this is only my thoughts. This is not anyone that has helped me with these thoughts, which are not coming out clearly. We do have to get this onto the application because it's legislatively mandated. I'm a little concerned with going farther with it because the more we ask, the more it seems like we're going to do something. And right now, I don't think any of us are set up to do something with this information. We don't know how to get it. We don't know how to transfer it. We don't know what it means for fees or transcripts or anything else. So I'm afraid if we ask them, where do you want it to go? That implies even more directly, we're going to send this somewhere. With us putting this sentence on there, this is now up to the institutions how we're going to make it work. So I believe this is something that TACRO could look at, and we could talk about it at TACRO. It's not necessarily an Applied Texas thing.
That would be my recommendation, is that we recommend that we look at this with TACRO, because we all agree that the practical compliance with this makes no sense to any of us. I mean, we know the difficulty, even knowing what programs are offered at other institutions, that would be a huge undertaking for all of us to have that information and to agree on that, and which program at our school is the same as a program at another school. Plus the timing, you can see that for lots of people. I mean, if you don't deny someone until June, how realistic is it that another school could process an application and and the student really make plans to be there? So, yeah, implementation is a real issue, but with respect to our mandate and to get that on the app, I like what Claudette has proposed, but we're with you.
And my question is, Claudia, is there an opportunity, do we see it to be appropriate for there to be a subcommittee of this group advocating for, process implementation and thought and think tank, and as we begin to roll this out and be within full compliance?
With this committee, I'm not certain that this might be the appropriate place because of the maintenance. I mean, your role and responsibility is really the efficiency and maintenance of Apply Texas and the application itself. This is more implementation, but I did want to record and want you to understand the position of our agency, that we do understand that there's more than just the question. So what I did is wrote down, and maybe this could be a kickstart for other discussions with TACRO, but I wanted, as I mentioned to just a while ago, the things I'm hearing is data transfer is an issue, you know, between institutions. We also see transcripts and supplemental documentation because it only states application, and it's not clear that, you know, is it the physical application or the entire application with its supplemental documentation, and that could look different for every institution. And then transcripts, like we mentioned. Knowledge of the programs from other institutions is something that I had heard. We also know that timing is an issue of acceptance from programs. I know there was one scenario where somebody had their program done earlier in the year, but if they want to go to another program, they have a whole other acceptance process there too. So that was some of the things I've captured as far as implementation of the this actual requirement. Did I miss anything? And we can capture this for, you know, for.
Fees.
Fees, yes.
Yeah, specific-
and
okay.
fees. And David, did you have something?
I was going to say application fees.
Okay, great. Yeah,
Claudette,
So-
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure, what are we being asked right now to put on the application? This whole statement?
yes, this
Citation.
question. And if you want to revise it as far as limiting, the draft proposal consent would be, should you be denied admission to a particular degree program in which you applied, do you allow the institution to share your application for admission with another institution that offers the degree program? This is basically trying to stay true to the intent of the bill. It's, you know, pretty much the understanding of what this would do. Is there, we can change the language, we can, you know.
It's practically verbatim. The only, if I've word wordsmith, is you, is an understood, you, I mean, it's the student. If we want to even consider changing out you with the student, should the student be denied. However, I understand that this is speaking to the individual who's applying. That's the only thing I can see. Otherwise, it's practically verbatim from the act itself.
Claudette, I also think that the FERPA part of this, you know, that we collect for our applications would be something perhaps to consider with those other items.
As an implication issue.
Well, yeah.
Claudette, I also, on implication, I'm thinking the receiving college as well, because of deadlines and things like that, maybe something we need to think about.
I'm hearing also the proposal is that you all will go to TACRO to discuss this implementation further. That's the appropriate. Do you want me to put, to change the should you, or do you want it to be the student?
Anyone else have suggestions on that change, language change?
This is Angie. I don't have any more questions for the language change, but before we move forward, I did want to clarify that you have on there, this is only for the U.S. freshman and U.S. transfer, correct?
That's when I met with our general counsel, he said those two for seeing, because I did talk to him about all the application types. I guess my question to you guys is, would it be appropriate in any other application type?
In my opinion, the fewer, the better. But, I mean, I think those are, depends on the school, you know, there's if you go, the more specific it's going to get, with the graduate programs and whatnot. So I feel like those two are good to start with. That's just my opinion.
I like your opinion.
Well, and I think it'd be very problematic if we're not required to put this on the international application.
I
Because there's
agree.
a whole lot more that happens with an international applicant. But going back to the language, I don't have a problem with the word "you" and "your." This is at the conclusion of one's application, so I think it's applying to that student.
The current certifications reference you several times, so that's, would be consistent then.
So Rebecca, you want this included on the international app and, no, that these are the only two, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I misunderstood you. That's perfect, all right. Yeah, that's what we intended, is just my thought initially, and this is my perspective, was that we could only put it on the transfer application, since it was a transfer bill. However, because it references this specific section of the code, section 51.762, that's related to the application in general. So when I met with our general counsel, that's what was referenced. So US freshman and the transfer app are the only two that we feel that are appropriate. Is that what I'm hearing? Where it should be?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Claudette, I know that we talked about issues, but I think beyond just putting the question on, most of our student information systems will not be ready to handle the question or be able to load it. It might be able to come from the application, but unless Banner, PeopleSoft, or whatever as institution uses, there's no place to necessarily house it once the question is on there.
Right, and I became really familiar with that issue last year when we were trying to include the foster care question. So I saw this very similar. We do understand, and thank you for bringing that up, and I'm adding that to the list as well.
What I'm seeing, though, here, it says to provide the applicant's application to other institutions of higher education, and this says another institution, which to me is singular, and that's plural. I'm just, hate to split hairs, but if we're going to send it all over the state or not.
We can add the S.
Well, I'm not advocating.
No, I get that. So it'll be other institutions, it would read, right? With other institutions with an S.
So Claudette, for the record, could you read the draft proposal consent with the addition?
Yes. So it now reads, should you be denied admission to a particular degree program in which you applied, do you allow the institution to share your application for admission with other institutions that offer?
I'll take this out.
Yeah, take the S out. The degree program.
Should we say the same?
I toyed with that as well when I was drafting this, but it says to a particular degree program. I mean, is there any thought around adding the same? Because that's the way I was reading as well, the same degree program.
What is the intent? Is it the same or a comparable? I'm so sorry to.
No.
Because, I mean, I was just at a compact meeting last week as you had 20 institutions in the room discussing 25, House Bill 25, and THECB came and discussed it. So I'm just curious, is it the same program or is it a comparable program?
Unfortunately, I don't have the intent. I can't really answer that, and I'm afraid to say what I think it is. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable saying what I feel it is but I was trying to get the intent. I didn't get the intent. Again, the bill was such a big bill and a very high-level controversial bill that a lot of 2-year, 4-year institutions were involved in the development and the discussion. I'm not sure how this was reviewed, but as you know, this is where it ended up. So I don't have much more information to offer other than that, unfortunately.
So I'll just say, if we keep the degree program in there, I think there's part of me that says that we remain safe as this body by agreeing to the degree program, because we're not the ones interjecting any intent, nor do we have to own anyone's intent.
So well, to your point, do we want to say the same? Because on another note, for the undergraduate or the freshman application, there was some thought that, do students even know what a degree program is at that incoming? Like transfer, I expect would know, but freshmen, I'm not certain would know. I don't know what your guys' views on that is.
And I agree. Sometimes they will and sometimes they won't. What about undecided kids or universities that go to a university college and they don't start off with a major? I don't know how, if they want to then have their application sent to another school for that degree program, but they didn't have a degree program to begin with.
Well, or you were just denied to the university because you didn't have the qualifications. You wouldn't have been qualified for any degree program
Right.
in some instances.
You didn't even get that far.
Yeah.
And Rebecca, to your point, if I remember this correctly, Senate bill now just mandates that at the 30-hour point, you have to have a degree program on file. And I think at the 15-hour point for dual credit. So it is very possible, to your point. Yeah.
That's right. But then again, we're getting back into process and procedures, and what we have to do is make sure on the application side that we're following the mandate, which is this needs to be on the application this cycle. And so I think, and I know all of us, our brains are swimming because we know what comes next. And so I appreciate and understand that, but I think in order to get us back focused, right now we just need to focus on the language that we want to put into this application and make sure that we're fulfilling our requirement to meet this mandate.
So getting back to language, I'm going to suggest that we replace the word "in" to either 2 or 4. So should you be denied admission to a particular degree program to which you applied or for which you applied?
I like to.
Because they applied to a program.
Okay.
Any other suggestions on wording?
Well, if you look at the actual SB text, it does say the degree program. It does not say same, so I would
Yeah, that's why
stay
I
away
left
from
it.
I think it's a good point. We're trying to get to intent, and we don't know the intent. So are we good with, should you be denied admission to a particular degree program to which you applied, do you allow the institution to share your application for admission with other institutions that offer the degree program?
As read, I motion that we accept.
Second?
Okay.
I have a small behavioral question separate from the wording.
Okay.
Is this required? So right now, the answers are yes and no. We're talking about a cycle already in progress with applicants who might have missed this. Is this a required question for them to answer?
I'll let the committee decide on that. There's nothing in the statute that recommends a required question, so that's one leeway.
I agree. I think we have done our due diligence in putting this on the application as quickly as we could.
Yep.
And so we're implementing it under the guidelines that were given to us, and so it'll be from this point forward.
And I will let you know if I hear differently, but that's, that's what I feel that the obligation is to add the question, but
But we're recommending it be an optional question, not a required
not a
question.
non-required question.
So no radio buttons at all, just,
I can skip it if
I mean,
they-
but we're
if
not
they
gonna
choose.
automatically fill in any radio buttons, they'll just be blank.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this, do you put, I know all the ones with the asterisks are required. Do you put optional, or can you just leave the question without the optional?
We'd probably leave it without the optional. I assume it would go on the certifications page. And then not require, not pre-fill and not require.
Right.
But if it's not required, I mean, you could, instead of yes, no, just have a checkbox.
Okay, so you're recommending a checkbox?
Well, I'd,
That would be easiest,
would you be denied?
or no?
I don't know if we wanna make it easy.
No, as worded, I would say leave it as yes, no, probably.
I like yes,
Okay.
no.
Yeah, I want them to have to choose
Yeah.
yes. Rather,
no.
because the checkbox, they would
They might just check it.
Yes, as we've seen. They'll do what they did on the question before without reading it.
Okay. All right, so it wouldn't be optional, it's a question like any other. I only say that because there is a difference. If you put optional, they're gonna say, we don't need to answer this question. But if you put it, most counselors say, answer every question. And so at least it'll be answered, and we're, again, due diligence that the question is actually on the application and is a question for a student. It just doesn't prevent them from moving forward if they don't answer it.
Right, we just
Right.
won't mark it as required, and we won't require them to answer
Right,
it.
right.
Makes sense. Okay. After further discussion, we have a motion and a second. Are we prepared to vote? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, the language is approved as stated. And then we'll have a very feisty Hot Topics at TAC Road.
Great. So the next one is on page 3 of the Excel-looking handout. It's a proposal to add an audit that requires applicants that have indicated they have college credit hours to enter the name of the previous or current institution associated with those credit hours.
The problem with that I see is students may indicate they have credit hours based on AP exams, and they really would have no previous institution at that point. You'd have to distinguish between credit hours that have been earned at an institution. Yeah, I like the intent of this very much, but I'm concerned about that.
Maybe give an option for dual credit and that with a school or AP, like a checkbox or something. Honestly, for us, if they don't send us a college transcript, it doesn't really matter. I mean, that's my personal thing, but just thinking maybe for others it does.
For transfers or for freshmen you talking?
For freshmen.
Yeah, but this applies to all, I think she may be getting at transfers here.
I think this was written as applying to the freshman application.
Just freshmen? Oh. Yeah, that would be a problem unless you asked a student, are your hours dual credit or AP, credit by exam?
Is this the page, David, that it would be added
Yes,
to?
it's the first question that says, are you a freshman with no previous college credit hours or college credit? And if they enter college credit, they enter the number of credit hours. And the specific request would say if they've entered credit hours, make them enter at least one previous institution. That's the request.
And so you would have to have an institution then for AP or something like that as well, because Michelle's right.
Unless we had that radio button that said AP credit. But my question, David, is this the 2-year app? I didn't think so.
This is,
Okay,
yeah,
thank
this
you.
is the 4-year.
The request was specific to the 4-year U.S. freshman app.
I mean, for data collection, it would probably be nice to know where they got their dual credit.
I wonder if you could, rather than forcing them to enter it, if you could kind of highlight that as a potential error, in that if they say that they have college credit, and then maybe when they get ready to submit, you pop up a potential error. You indicated that you have college credit, yet you listed no institutions. Would you like to go back and enter your institution, or?
Something like, please confirm that these are all credit by examination or something like that.
Yeah.
And then move on with the page
Right.
after they acknowledge that, I guess.
Yeah, that would, I mean, I understand what Lisa's trying to do, and I appreciate that. I agree with it. I've seen that before, though, this potential error, but letting them go on past it. So you ask them one more time.
Well, do we have to, so it's freshmen, and they're working their way through the application. They get here, and it has college credit, and it pops up the little box there. Do we need them to go down and enter all that information about college, or could they just list it here? So it's like the next thing, it pops up college credit, and it has your hours, and then from where, and then they can just list a college. Because if it's on the freshman app, they're not gonna have semesters and semesters and years. If you're really just trying to get after where they went to school to ask for a transcript, then listing it there would do that.
But what do you?
Because I'm saying it's still filling out that whole box.
But what do
that's-
you do when that still doesn't address that they have AP credit? They're saying,
Well, we'd have to have that as an option too. So they could have AP, or they could have test credit by exam,
yeah,
or they just list the name of the college.
yeah.
Instead of having to go down and do that box that has from when to when and all that extra stuff. Because here's what's going to happen. Student's going to be in there, they're going to fill this out, it's going to have 8, all these boxes are going to pop up, and they're going to go back and put 0.
Which then brings about my question. I mean, again, total respect to Lisa's request. Does it create more implications than desired? I mean, from errors, the potential errors then, because now you were asking for the student to know this information, they may not. And then does that place any unforeseen burden on those that are attempting to clean our records? I know we call them 194s in Alamo, but these records, and you attempt to clean them, and now you've got these different errors, and the student said they had 6 hours, and they said it came from Angelo State, but now we have no transcript from Angelo State. The student does not have 6 hours. So then, is there any cleaning of data to ensure the file? I mean, I'm just, by approving this, agreeing to it, does it create more implications, or do we just say, oh, that's for the institution to determine? Does that make sense what I just said? Y'all see the look on y'all's face?
I think it's just additional information, perhaps, that we could collect to know where they did perhaps have some college credit. But I don't think we would look at it as, if we didn't get that transcript, then there would be something missing. It's not a required item for us for freshmen, so we wouldn't go back and
I think that's more support for the idea of presenting it as a potential, potential error. You said you had hours, you didn't list an institution. Did you perhaps miss that? Would you like to enter it now? If they say no, you move on. You're no worse off than you were, but it does kind of bring it back to them to list it if they know it, because most know where they're getting credit if it's true dual credit. And but I do find that a lot of students will put, they anticipate getting AP credit mostly. By this time, most have not taken a CLEP exam or taken a college level. If they've taken an exam at a college for college credit, they know that institution as well. So it's really IB, AP that could get them that credit.
Unless they did, okay, and I don't know, because I don't do anything with dual credit really. If a student comes to take dual credit classes, and let's say you also give credit by exam based on SAT scores, would that show up on their transcript? Or if they're dual credit, do you not check that? So it could be credit by exam.
But
Because that would be hours.
it would, but again, that's associated with that institution. I mean, they know
Yeah, I guess you would.
where that credit's coming from.
And could you make this an option that they could select more than one? I mean, obviously, if you select no previous college hours, then you probably shouldn't also check college credit. But you could have college credit and test credit.
Yeah, they'd have to be able to enter both.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're gonna wonder, did they just forget to put in a college, or do they have some other kind of credit? I mean, we're getting more and more of the AP and IB credit coming through now, so it's quite regular to see it.
But Sheila, to your comment earlier, you were saying at Texas Tech, you all, with this information, you wouldn't prohibit a student from moving forward in the admission process.
Correct. We might collect the data and then be able to say, okay, well, we had X number of people who had dual credit from Alamo last year, or from each different institution, but we would not stop their application or anything going forward, because college transcript is never a required item for us for freshman app.
You know, thinking about SB 25, the fact that we have not required a college transcript for freshmen. However, you know, when a student reports here that they've got 30 hours of credit, then we have to anticipate that that student's going to have to file a degree plan. I mean, there are a lot of implications moving forward with that. Personally, I think when a student puts college credit, we're looking for earned credit. AP credit is not earned yet, because it's based on whatever score they have to have at your institution, which could be different, and how many hours you offer them at your institution based on test score is different. So putting AP credit in this answer is a little bit disconcerting.
Well, and that's more forward thinking. I mean, I'm just thinking about the past, so I appreciate that, because honestly, if they come in with 30 credit hours, they cannot go into some of our, the pre-professional health programs, because they've already got too much credit. And so maybe it's better to make it a mandatory
I really
thing.
hate to do this, but we do have a hard stop at 11:40 for the coordinating board meeting. So we cannot discuss this during lunch, because it has to be on record. So, but you can rattle it around in all of your heads over lunch. And then when we come back, we'll continue with this. And, but we are going to pause at this point. Angie and Sarah, what we'll do is I'll try to send you guys an email if we happen to be back before an hour. We're estimating about an hour for this meeting. So just watch your emails, and please come back so we'll still have our quorum to vote. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I'd like to call back to order the Applied Texas Advisory meeting for today. We're coming back from our break. In order to get started again, I would like to ask for attendance from those on the phone so we can make sure we know who's still with us.
This is Angie. I'm still here.
Thanks, Angie. I think you may be alone right now, Angie. Okay, very good. When we last left, we were in the middle of some discussion from some changes we're looking at. Graham, I am going to turn the microphone back over to you, and let's see if we can get started where we left off.
Great. So we're in bullet point number 2 on the back of this thing that says future cycle proposals and updates. So we had some discussion leading up to 1140 about whether to add information about which college your declared credits might have come from. That also was some conversation about test credit. Not sure we ever got to a crisp outcome on this, but I bet we can.
We have not come to an outcome yet. So we were in the middle of discussing what we thought about how it should be listed or asked and exactly what we would want to ask. Having now been refreshed after our break, what thoughts surround this now?
Coming from an institution that has a large, extremely large population that does early college credit, we have a lot of early colleges. We see a lot of students that do not mark dual credit on theirs and thus are missing transcripts, and then we have to hunt them down. The impact is not necessarily at the admission stage, but the impact is at orientation and the advising that corresponds to that. And that if we knew earlier in the process that they actually were coming in with hours, we might be able to do a better job in that transition. That's just sort of on the flip side. That's where we come from. More than, like 60% of our students come with dual credit hours, and probably less than 20% tell us that they have credit at the institution. So I can sort of see where Angelo State is coming from, but that, I don't have a solution right now, so I'm going to keep looking at that. But it would be helpful if they would tell us where they were going earlier in the process so we could capture that.
So is anyone opposed to asking the students where their credit came from on the application? So really, are we just trying to decide how to ask it at this point, or where to have them enter the information?
Honestly, I would only have an issue is if we were saying that this information will be used to prohibit a student from continuing with the admissions process. But that's not the sense that I'm getting. That is to the prerogative of each institution, though.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is true. So I know I had raised the question, do we want them, if they put in the college hours, do we want them to fill out the box like all transfers would for their colleges? Because earlier David had it on the screen at the bottom. There was a box of where you'd put the educational information. Is anyone opposed to just having them fill that out? I guess because, David, it could pop up, right? If they indicated college hours, they put hours there, then that box could show up down the bottom? Yes.
Sorry.
Oh.
The current or most recent college, that one's going to appear regardless. But are you saying if they enter it, sort of redirect them down there?
No. I wanted to make sure a box popped up. It sounds like it's there all the time.
It is.
Okay. Because then we don't have to change anything at the top, because that's all working.
Right.
Then they would have the box where they could fill things in. And then we're just back to the point where we said, could it trigger an error if they have hours listed above and they don't complete that box?
You could, if they indicate previous college hours, you could then trigger, it might not even need to be a pop-up. It could be another question that says, are any of these hours from dual credit or whatever? And if they indicate yes to that, then have the audit that says, please enter, if they don't enter a previous college, please enter a previous college.
Yeah.
dual credit or early college high school.
Dual credit or early college.
And do we want to have something on there that would reference the legislation that says anything about that 30 hours or that 15 hours
No.
or anything like that?
Nope. I don't.
The one thing that this will help, and I'm thinking about St. Philip's College. We have 4 early college high schools. One of those are actually on our campus. We have an early college, St. Philip's Early College High School. And part of the challenge that we end up running into when it's time to clean records is we'll have a dual credit student that's now moved their way into, they've graduated from high school, they've now moved their way into the actual college, fully enrolled college, no early college, high school, no dual credit. But if we don't hit the trigger just right, they will continue to receive free tuition by mistake, by default, right? And then we've got to go back and correct it and then, fix that. At least this way now the student is telling us, this is another way of saying, hey, I have previous credit and look at me, and this will give us an opportunity to make sure our records are even cleaner. So I think it's a good addition.
Okay, so are we then, I think we had consensus, or not consensus, some of us said that we liked what David was just saying about directing them, if it is dual credit or early college credits, then please indicate the college you attended below, and that box is gonna be there anyway. Are we good with that? I think it does get to what the request was, and it sounds like it could give some beneficial information. Okay, how do you word that? Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna add. Yeah, see David's notes. We'll add a statement asking if college credit is dual.
Early college, high school.
Credit or early college. Okay, so if we have, what was your statement again, David? Because it was pretty good.
If they indicate they have college credit on that question, then we would pop up another question that says, are any of these college credit hours you've indicated via dual credit or early college? Maybe via is not.
Now, David, would that question also be required? Because if I'm looking at this page correctly, I see that 2 is required, but is 1 necessarily? Is that where we would prompt early college, high school dual credit?
Sorry. So they come into the page and they haven't selected either of these 2 options. They click on college credit.
Or early college high school.
This box pops up and this follow-up question also pops up that says, are any of these hours dual credit or early college? And if they indicate yes, it would probably just be a yes/no. If they say yes, then we would audit to make sure they entered at least 1 current or previous college further down the page.
And are we suggesting that be a required, the first question be a required response? Still optional?
I think it's still optional. I mean, whatever the committee thinks,
Okay.
but right now it's just optional.
Okay.
Well, Lisa's ask was, she wanted an audit that requires applicants to indicate. So she is actually saying it'd be a required question. So we have to decide, do we think it should be required? Or is it gonna be something that they would not have to fill out?
My read of the question would be, it's required only if they indicate previous college hours.
True. But then you still have to make it an auditable field to be able to see if it's, because what if they wanted to skip it?
Then we wouldn't worry about auditing whether they had entered a college or
So
not.
we have to decide if we want it to be, okay.
Required or not. I'd be interested to know what my two-year colleagues think. I see it to be a benefit to have it required, but I'd love to know your thoughts as well.
I would agree.
Okay. So then I don't know if that takes a motion or not, but I would certainly motion that it be a required question, and then to move forward with David's recommendations in terms of process flow.
So we want to make this first question, are you a freshman with no previous college credit hours or college credit? We want to make that a required question, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just saying that'll be a required question. Okay, so if we're going to have a motion for this one, it is that, it's almost two. We're gonna have a motion that we do implement the change request that was submitted to us that would require applicants. Well, it's actually not what she's saying. So requiring them to enter the answer the first question, that's a change that the committee is saying. Then if they have college hours, are we gonna require them? She has to require them to fill in the college.
If they indicate that
Right.
those hours are
Or college
from
credit, yeah, dual credit or early college high school.
or early college.
So that'll be a requirement as well. So they have to answer the first question that's sitting up there. If they're dual credit early college high school, they'd have to then enter college information. And then the statement, I think, are any college credits you indicated from dual credit or early college high school? Yes, no.
Check box
So-
like that there.
Or should it say, if you have college credit through dual credit programs, or if you have any previous college credit, is it through dual credit or early college high school? Yes, no.
But this statement will pop up only if they put in hours, right?
Correct. It'll only pop
Be
up
hours, okay.
if they,
Does it have to be yes, no, David, or can it be very similar to what we're seeing here on the screen where you have top line after number one, it says as no previous or college credit? So rather than a yes, no, can you just select?
it would be a new question in addition to
That
the
would
current
roll.
one that's just a yes, no. Are any of these hours dual credit or early college?
Yes,
Because
no.
that would get us
Got it.
to being able to audit whether we need to require a
Got it.
current or previous college.
Sorry to be difficult, but there's a third option. They could be co-enrolled. So I know there are a lot of students in our area who it's not dual credit, it's not early college high school, but they are allowed to leave their high school and take courses
Currently enrolled.
at a community college.
On-ramps through UT
Yep.
is a co-enrollment.
I don't know that they'll understand co-enrolled.
Right.
I don't know. I don't have a solution, but
We just often stay away from those, even though we know what dual credit is, early college high school is, and that co-enrollment, or what I call do-it-yourself. We often stay with a definition like if you took classes for college credit while you were still in high school. Or while you were still completing your high school diploma.
Oh, there you go. So say that again, Becky?
If you took classes for college credit while you were still in high school or while you were still working on your high school diploma or toward your high school diploma. It's two different ways you can do it.
Well, could it be just as easy as when the statement doesn't ask what kind of credit it is, it just says if you took any of these college credits through a community college or through a college? If any of these credits are from a college, please indicate that college below. I'm looking at David. He's like, well, I'm just gonna write what y'all say.
To your point, Rebecca, I do think that we need to keep it as simple as possible, student-friendly. I just see an opportunity to be sure that it's a required opportunity. I mean, you look at some of the enrollments of these institutions. There's some now that are carrying dual credit enrollments of 30, 40, 50% now. So I think that this is an opportunity to have a required question that makes sense. We just don't only need to ask what we need to ask.
Right. Yeah.
Is it possible, is it maybe more likely to go the other way and say, is these courses exclusively from AP or by exam rather than from if the different university types are more difficult, maybe if we ask, are your credits only by exam? Would that make a difference? I don't know.
I think we're trying to use something, though, that then indicates to them, you need to list this below. That's why we were going the other direction at it.
Well, I think the logic could say that. So if they say my test scores are only by AP, then I know I don't have to put in the logic can tell us that rather than saying them telling us that. You get what I'm saying? If
The other option is instead of a yes/no question that pops up, it's a number of checkboxes that say, please indicate any of the types, the ways you earned this college credit. And then if one of those happens to be dual credit or early college, then we require that they enter a institution.
Well, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, because then that's what students are thinking. They're like, I took AP, I took IB, I took dual credit, and then it would pop up. Or it could just be attending a college while going to high school. That could be one of the buttons. They could be going to a university, though. Yeah. Do we want to table this so that we can think about it some more? Because y'all are eating in my time. Okay, let's table this one. Let's think about this one some more. I think we do all agree that it is something that would be great to put on here. We just need to figure out how we want to ask it. Is there someone who wants to work on language in the, okay, Dara says she'll work on language, perfect. So that we can have that for the next time. So this one's tabled. Graham, take us to the next hurdle, challenge, opportunity.
Opportunity. So the next one is a proposal to make available the same application types for two-year institutions that are currently available for four-year institutions.
Are the two that are not available to the community colleges?
It's, so first for clarification, we're on page 3 of the green row. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Okay, so if I'm looking at the question, the universities are receiving 8 different application types, but the community colleges are only have 6?
The community colleges have one.
That's what I
Well,
thought.
they have, I take that back. They have two flavors of one. One is an international and one is domestic. So if early in the application, we get an indication that the applicant is not a U.S. citizen or permanent resident, we have them fill out a visa page rather than a residency page. But it's still one application type. And the 4 years have 8.
Okay, so to my two-year colleagues, to advocate for our fellow two-year institution, I'm just curious to know, how would you all see this being a benefit? How would you all see this being something
The
that would?
one benefit I see is the difference between the international and then the other students. There is the international app that comes through, but it's not a big enough significance a lot of times for us to be able to see the difference in the two apps. So I don't necessarily, for my institution, see a big enough difference between the transfer, the freshman, that, because all the apps come in and it still asks all the same information. So we're still getting the same information. It's just the international one would be really beneficial as a different app pulled out. So it's more distinguishable, because we do have a hard time seeing the difference between the two.
Thank you.
What, I'm a little confused by that, Madeline. What do you mean by different? Like, when it's transmitted, is it not transmitted to you as an international application versus a domestic application?
It says international app at the top, but sometimes the students are answering the questions as if they're domestic when they're really not. Like the students who are transferring as with an F1, they don't put down that they're transferring with an F1. They'll look and put it down as they're transferring as a transfer student. And so we're completely missing that they need to go through me as an international student. And this became an issue when we had a student register for classes and then contact me day one and said, I need my I-20. What? Okay. So it would be really helpful to be able to distinguish between the two on our website of, if you're an international student, you must fill this out. And if you're a regular U.S. student, you fill this one out. It would help to distinguish between the two.
So I'm going to go back to what David said earlier. You said community colleges, two-year schools have really one type, but two flavors. Okay, so then in order for us to have the benefit of what Madeline has described, is that two types? Does it take all 8
I don't know.
types?
I would think that would be a discussion, what y'all need.
I don't know why we would need 8, but I'm wondering why she's asking. So I'm wondering if we need to go back to Claire and ask what the purpose would be for 8 different ones for community colleges.
I would agree with that, because I honestly, I'm like, I don't see the benefit in having all 8. I see a benefit in having the 2, but I don't see a benefit in having as many as the universities do. So it would be interesting to see what other community colleges need and why she is asking for all the same types that the university has.
So Claudette and Rebecca, in that case, is it myself, who would reach out to this colleague and ask for clarity, and how do we go about doing that?
Typically, I think it's the Applied Texas. Tim used to reach out, because this came through the administrative suite, is that correct?
Yes.
So let's, I agree. This is actually, I think this has come up before, but we can't ever figure out why, or what they need the other application types for, so I think that would help. All right, so this will be tabled until we can find out more information.
Great. Also, just to note, if you haven't already seen it, page 4 has a continuation of page 3.
Yes.
So there are some brief notes. Regardless, I think we need to go clarify what the perceived solution here is. It leaves you of kind of a cliffhanger there on column 3 about where we're going with this. So next up is another topic that has circulated before about integrating with the College Board to allow applicants to have their test scores sent to institutions from within Applied Texas.
I brought this one up earlier. The College Board has developed a module that would allow applicants while in Apply Texas to request to have their test scores sent to a number of schools that they're applying to. And that's the proposal. The challenge before was that they collect a fee to perform this, and they wanted us to collect that fee on their behalf and then reconcile later. And with our current system, we weren't comfortable with that. And so they've indicated they're willing to go ahead and build that payment piece, but they want a commitment from us that we're interested in integrating with them. And this is another one that I recommend we wait until we're moved over. But it seems like a really good service for the applicant.
So this is one that, right now, we can't really do anything with it until we get moved onto AWS, right?
Correct. I wouldn't think it would make a lot of sense to have them ramp up their system to build the payment, to integrate with our current system, then we move, and then they're potentially reworking it.
That makes sense. So something we can table for the next round. I know that I personally think this would be a great service for students as they're filling out an application to be able to also send test scores. Especially since they're less and less on high school transcripts anymore, so oftentimes they are having to figure out how to go request them. Okay.
But would it be beneficial to sort of commit to when we're over, this is something we want to do? I mean, so they have a heads up to start preparing it, or is that something we should just say?
I think it would be nice to go back to them with something, but, that would be.
So something, maybe that would just indicate our interest, our dedication in doing this. So how, then, that is discussion, how do we feel? Is this something we want to pursue? Ask David to at least let College Board know that we're going to pursue as soon as possible.
One of my questions would be related to what are they expecting to charge the student associated with that, knowing that when they sit for the exam, they have the opportunity to send scores to us directly for free associated with that. What's the charge, the additional charge that the student would incur? Because I would hate for students just to go click, 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 and all of a sudden now they owe College Board however much because they applied to 10 schools versus one school, and now they owe fees to College Board for that. So one of my questions would be what is the cost then that comes back to the student when they originally maybe even had a fee waiver for the test to begin with?
Good question.
That's what I was gonna say, because they already have the opportunity to send them at the time they take the test. This is I wanted a clarity on whether this is additional tests. So if at the time that they do the application, they need to know that I'm gonna send it to whatever additional school, if I hadn't already. So I still am not sure what the benefit of this would be, but that's for you guys. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
I do like the benefit of it being part of their application process when they do it. I just worry about the cost prohibitiveness that may occur, not knowing what it would cost them when they applied.
Didn't we add a link to the application that sent them to College Board if they had scores to send?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would be in support as long as it doesn't pose economic burden on our students that are coming to college.
Tell the College Board that we're interested to know if we do this for them, would they provide students with a free test request off of this? Because the students can request more than one. They can request them for free when they take them. If they'd like to be integrated with us, this is obviously going to be something that will also help them out. See if they would allow for at least one free test order off of Applied Texas.
So I will come back and say, let's think Senate Bill 25 for a second. If students are going to get in the habit of sending multiple applications, because it's possible I may get denied into a program, not the same program, just a program, they may then attempt to move on to another school. So if I'm only sending one test score, I don't know if we want to put one, is my point.
I'm trying to get one for free.
Can we get more than one?
Oh, you could.
Can we get more than one?
Be awesome. Claudette's over here saying all of them. It'd be awesome. I mean, I think it is a little bit of, they're a vendor. It's a little bit of give and take. This is a partnership. And so we're trying to advocate for the students. They're not going to pay us for this service, I'm guessing, to have all this put on there for them. So let's advocate for the students and see if they can't provide something.
Or even at a reduced cost for the number of, so if they're applying to 4 or 5 different schools, if they haven't already asked for those, could it be at a reduced cost for?
And the reason,
whatever?
and the reason behind it is we know that when they take the test, they can ask for things to be sent for free. And Madeline's right, and when this came up before, we put the link on there to try to accommodate their request because we couldn't go any farther, but thought it was a good idea to connect the students. Sometimes the students apply late, and and they didn't send a test score to the school, because we get this a lot.
Right. Well, and I'm advocating for a student, and just for discussion, from what I remember with working with students, there are different moments in time that a student applies to the college and does the test, signs up for testing. I'm worried about the not understanding that they have the opportunity to send those test scores at the time. I mean, if they're working with counselors or others, but then I go through the Applied Texas application or this first, and then I say I'm gonna go ahead and send test scores.
true.
And if those things are connected in any way, that's something that I'm still not really certain how this is gonna benefit a student. Because they have that opportunity. The only scenario I see is what you said. If I didn't remember to send, or I decided to send my application to another institution that I didn't add on the original test, that I see would be, but how many students is that likely to serve? For the benefit of, in this partnership and development of a capability to do so. That's.
If I remember correctly, if a student does not put any schools down when they register, they have to pay. And that's where I think we ought to advocate, where we ought to say, can we somehow connect to your database so you can display to the student the schools that they requested scores for already? Because some of them will forget which ones they chose when they apply. And if they have any additional free, that they allow that. They allow students the 5, because I know recently I talked to a student who didn't put any because they didn't realize that by not doing that, and they would lose it.
And I know some that don't put it because they're scared that the test score isn't going to be good enough.
Right, they're afraid the score is not going to be good. So I think that would be really nice if we could get them to agree to do the 5 scores free. And then beyond that, they could charge them. If this is, let's say they never thought they were going to apply to our school, and all of a sudden they've decided, yes, this is what I want to do. The student expects to have to pay for that. Now, the students who have fee waivers, I think they can send an unlimited number of test scores free. So it would need to be able to accommodate that as well. We shouldn't start charging them when they could go directly to their site. So maybe somehow it would have to be a connectedness to their site, so the student would have all the information they need to make the request.
You won't know whether they qualify for your fee waiver when they're just in the application, so you won't know whether they should be charged or given, for free, so it's going to be a challenge.
I mean, maybe it comes up, the student, as soon as the student submits their app, perhaps, or one of the last things they do is consider whether or not they want to request test scores. I don't know the technology of that, but I'm sure anything is possible.
Well, David, do we have the ability to go and talk to them as they develop that piece within Apply Texas? Because if that's the case, if we're able to customize and make some of these recommendations, is that something that they could do?
Sure, so, yes, I'd be happy to follow up with them. So we want to know their current cost structure and whether they'd be willing to work with us to get one or more free scores sent, is that correct?
That and, I mean, that was a wish list item, it sounded like, but to Michelle's point, if there was an opportunity for a student to see, I've already sent my test scores to, this is where I sent them, or that I had the opportunity, I'm taking or have the opportunity, if I didn't, that I could send the 5 test scores somewhere free, and beyond that, that's when they can start charging
Okay.
me. And that goes to the scenarios of, I didn't send them, to this school and that school, so I now want to send them to these other schools. Additionally to the 5. Is that what I'm gathering from everyone? I mean, I think that's a really good suggestion.
Yeah, because if you do that, College Board they don't really lose. They lose in the fact that they have to honor the 5 free scores that they're not currently doing. But if they would be willing to compromise there, we're not asking them for additional free. But a lot of students, when they take their SAT, they don't have 5 schools in mind. So they may send a 3 that they can think of. So it'd be valuable for them to be able to send the other 2 free.
When the student logs into College Board, doesn't it tell them where they've sent their scores to?
Yes. It does.
So if it's linking it to the College Board where they have to sign in to be able to send their scores, then it would already be there, I would think. So it would be good to have it to be linked.
Right, but we're also saying if they didn't send, that they had the opportunity to send, right? I'm still confused on how the processes will go, just going through this entire process. If I had signed up for my SATs, or I was a junior and already have my SAT and I'm solid on that test score, I may or may not want to use this feature, I'm just thinking about all the different things. But it sounds like there's a consensus that there's a support for this anyway.
Well, I think there's interest. I would venture to say that there's interest. To say that we support it, I think for each and every one of us saying that we're advocating for our students, we just want to make sure that this makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
And those were the only things I think that they had, so if you want to.
Sure, I'll be
Sounds like
happy
they
to
go back to
follow
them.
up and try to get some answers to some of those.
Good.
Okay.
Great. Next up, we have an item that I think is a carry forward, but I don't actually think it was on our project list, about allowing more than one major for graduate applications. David, you want to fill in more details?
Sure. So currently, grad apps can only select one major, and a request came in last cycle to allow functionality similar to what we allow on undergrad apps, where institutions can say, yes, I want them to be able to select 2, a first choice school major and a second choice school major. That was the request that came in last cycle, to allow that same functionality on graduate applications.
Now, is this within the same institution, or is this a separate institution in which you would be applying for their graduate program? So 2 separate institutions?
It's the same application.
Got it.
Right now, they can fill out any number of grad apps to the same institution as long as the school major combination they've selected is different on each app. And so this sort of bridges some of that, I guess. So that was the request.
It's a interesting request. I don't know that UNT would be interested in that for reasons that I'm thinking in my head, the way that processing works. I'm not sure what other people think.
I would agree the same, just the way the individual colleges many times review that versus a centralized at the undergrad level typically.
I don't know that a student would want that to be known either, because if you're applying to psychology, and,
Yep.
yeah, and then you're like, if I don't get in here, I'm gonna apply somewhere else, and then your application is sent to both, then the secondary major can be like, oh, I see, we're second. I don't know, that was my thoughts.
Here goes a question, Claudette. The draft proposal consent that we approved earlier, is the intention that you know of only for undergraduate or for graduate?
We believe it's undergrad and transfer. That's why we only selected those two.
Got it. Just making sure.
Well, I can say for Texas A&M that we have major push from our graduate programs to allow students to apply to more than one. Because there are so many programs that are related, and programs that where a student is, if they're a good candidate for one, they're a good candidate for two or three different programs, maybe just little different tracks, and some may have enrollment limits where another one may be able to accommodate a really good student. So there is major push on our side now. Sadly to say, we will probably not be using Apply Texas for our graduate applications in the very near future. So I can't really advocate for it, given that that's not going to be our application of choice. But there's movement that direction, so your universities may well begin to push for that.
This is Angie, Sam Houston. While we would not use that option here, just to agree with some of the other people on the way they process their applications, if it was put into place and we had the option of whether or not to use it, so that we could still say, no, we only want to choose one major, but if other schools need the two majors, they could choose yes, that they want to use that feature, I would recommend moving forward with that, if that's something, David, that y'all could accommodate.
I'm assuming this would be next cycle. Or would we want this?
I'm not even sure there's consensus that we want it.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. If there would need to be a motion if we want to push this forward. Or it could be tabled. Because it sounds like it probably shouldn't go in until next cycle. Okay.
Well, Becky, it might also be beneficial to discuss it at TACRO at maybe where there are more graduate programs together and just have a side conversation related to the Apply Texas grad, and that way it would give maybe more insight into what is actually needed across the board.
I think that sounds good. For discussion. Yeah, it's tabled, and we'll use TACRO for, just to gather some more information about the interest. Also, I had a text message that one of our TACRO people is listening, or was. I don't know if they're still in there now or not. And they're going to put a session together for House Bill, Senate Bill? Senate Bill 25. So it'll actually be a session, not a hot topic. So we'll have a session to be able to go and discuss procedures. Okay, so we're tabling this, and we'll see if we can gather more information.
Excellent. The next three bullets are all just checking in on development underway to actually shift over to Amazon for the next cycle. So those are not new, they're just significant enough that we wanted to bring them up and mention them.
Do you know, how is the timeline for AWS right now? Does it look like it might be a next cycle really that we'll be able to make some changes with using AWS?
We will definitely be on AWS for the next cycle.
Very good.
And we are we're well underway with that work. We're also sort of, exploring all options. AWS is a fast-moving landscape, and we've been at this long enough that their catalog of offerings has changed pretty significantly. So we're taking stock of all of that. We're also looking for opportunities to get real, sort of real-world feedback on these things as quickly as possible. One of the reasons for moving to AWS is to be more cost-effective, and there are significantly different approaches for how you can build things there, and we're still exploring, this way or that way, which way is most economical. So all of that is to say, there's probably an opportunity within just the counselor suite to accelerate part of that to production before next cycle, but the part that would be like read-only should be transparent to folks. But we're looking for ways to deploy these things and get just real-world feedback on what the costs actually look like and what the maintainability actually looks like of this approach versus that approach. So regardless, we're on track to move the entire thing for next cycle.
Very good.
I had one more. So this is a list for the items, right, to go, the
Yeah.
last of the list. The only other item I had that I didn't see on here, and it's, is the development of the TASFA online. Another bill or piece of legislation that came through under House Bill 2140. I just wanted to give an update on that. I'm meaning to work with our Apply Texas team. We're still trying to figure out the roles and responsibilities internally because we know we need to talk to our financial aid side. Because they already have an existing subcommittee under their financial aid advisory committee. So they have a subcommittee that we're hoping to get more information about. Once that, we do anticipate that a member or two from the Applied Texas Advisory Committee will possibly be serving in a role some way. We know our Applied Texas team will also be engaged in those conversations. And for those of you that are not familiar, that House Bill 2140 did mention a request, our mandate, all those words, that we look at recommendations on putting a TASFA form within Apply Texas. So although it's the system infrastructure itself, we're talking financial aid and admission all in the same system. And there's a lot of unknowns to that currently. So we do expect that we're going to be going to solicit a committee, because that's what the bill has asked us to do, is to convene a committee to come up with recommendations on how to establish a TASFA online. So the benefit of the bill is, one, establishing the TASFA, because there currently is no statute that requires a TASFA. That was a mutually agreed upon form that institutions said they were going to use for those affidavit students. Now this bill has created the TASFA, and we're still trying to work out how this committee can help support that work. But just know that that's something else that's going to be added to the team and to the Apply Texas system at some point in time. There's cost and mechanics of data transfer that we know nothing about yet. So that's what the committee, I believe, is going to be tasked to help determine. And the timeline for that is pushed back towards, from what I understand, is going to be about 22-23 cycle, only because it's aligned with the FAFSA high school requirements. I don't know if many of you under House Bill 3, now students are required to fill out a FAFSA or TASFA form as part of their high school graduation requirement. And because of that, we're working closely with the Texas Education Agency to make sure that we have a streamlined process. And with that said, I believe this is going to go into effect with the 21-22 seniors, making it 22-23 application cycle. So there's still some clarification that needs to happen, but from my understanding and talking to our TA colleagues, that has been said is 21, 22 seniors. And I think there was some miscommunication that this had to happen next cycle already, which is not the case, so thankfully. But I'll be soliciting, and hopefully one or two of you might be on that committee coming up under House Bill 2140. So are there any questions about that? I'll be working offline with the team more intently, but are there any questions for this committee, or the committee has, regarding that bill?
I won't say a question, I'll just make a comment that it's just the continuance of what we're doing to provide more access to our students here in the state of Texas through legislation. More the reason why, as we talk about these promise programs and the
Right.
data sharing there, is the reason why those conversations will certainly be more and more relevant, so.
Well, and I do know I'm anticipating personally the explosion of the use of the Apply Texas Counselor Suite, because currently that's the only tracking tool that we have in the state that would show a counselor or anyone working with a student that they have completed a FAFSA. So with that said, my role is going to shift significantly, not with this away from here, but we're going to try really more intently to make sure data is flowing correctly. There's a need for increased timelines for the data to come in. I don't know how we would have any way of making that change, but there's a really big need for that. And also accurate data. If you work with your financial aid, and I said this last year, if you work with your financial aid groups or with any groups that you work with, please make sure that the student types in the high school and selects, like pushes search and select the high school, because what's happening is there's a disconnect in the U.S. Department of Ed's FAFSA form, that if they can easily type, and this goes back to some of the things we find here, and as far as it lets the student move on without searching and selecting. So I could put any high school I want, ABC High School, and it'll just let me continue, and it won't match the student that connects my school with my FAFSA filing status. So that has been the biggest issue from our colleagues in the secondary realm, because they are continually saying, I know my student completed a FAFSA, they're not in the Apply Texas Apply Texas Counselor Suite, and why is that happening? And there's a whole bunch of reasons why, but that's one of the biggest reasons. So if you have any influence or talk to others, make sure that they do that. That'll be a big help. So that's it.
Has anyone reached out to FAFSA to see if they will
We have.
make that a requirement that they search?
We have, in fact, that was their solution to us, because they said when they changed something on the form the year before, something in the coding on the back end, a technical issue, was broken, and so they had no timeline for fixing it. They knew it was there. The recommendation was to ensure that, because we did talk to them directly, and this was a tech person that knows. So yeah, we did go all that way to talk to them, but we have not yet found out if there has been a solution. We could probably talk to them again this year. This was probably maybe 5 months ago that we talked to them, but they did kind of say there's no fix, estimated time for a fix. So that wasn't as reassuring. So we're trying to be proactive and making sure counselors understand that in order for this to happen, because I had a laundry list of, I won't even tell you the number of schools, there's probably about 40 something schools, and out of those 40, there were 40 variations of a high school name from the same high school, and probably 6 of them really transferred. So you're missing all those students in your counts. And like I said, I really anticipate the Counselor Suite, to be the next biggest tracking tool and really more important, so. And I think that's all I have for that. Am I missing anything regarding that bill specifically, you guys? I think that's it.
Is it anticipated that TASFA will also be tracked through the Counselor Suite in addition to FAFSA?
That's another question. I believe they want, the practitioners want it because it's another tracking tool for them. but we have to be very careful because within the bill, it does say not for disclosure. And I don't know what the interpretation of that means, you know? So that's something we have to just be very careful about.
Okay. Then that should conclude our discussion and consideration of proposed changes, which moves us to potential agenda items and next meeting date. David and Graham, for you to be able to do the work that you need to do for any changes this year, when do you need to have our list? Now, we try to get it to you by December. I'm trying to see when it would be best for you guys so we know when we need to look for dates to meet.
December is good.
Okay, so December still works, okay? All right, end of December, 1st of December?
Not too close to the end of December.
Okay, before we go home.
Before we go home.
I have a question.
Yes.
So all those that have been voted on, those are all fairly easy things to do, correct? They're nothing that needs to be reconsidered for priority. They're all going to happen. Is that what I understand?
Those things that had a definitive
The voted
approval,
on
yes.
items?
Those things that
Okay.
are teed up for further investigation.
Okay.
Further investigation, yeah.
Okay, great.
So let's look for, we normally have met sometime in November or early December. The last couple of years it's been early December because November tends to be kind of crazy. Not that December's not. Let's start with Mondays. I know Deanna's already making faces at me. We ain't even got that far. She's saying December looks terrible. Do we like the Monday meeting date? I like the Monday meeting date. It only pulls me from work one day. Okay, so do you see any Mondays that look good in November or December? Well, then why are you making faces?
I'm looking.
I thought she'd already looked and was like, no, you can't. Okay, so we're gonna see what's available, and then we all have to check our calendars.
I will just note for the technical team, that first week of December is bad.
Okay.
We'll be at an AWS conference. And the preceding week is the one that has Thanksgiving and is probably not the week that you would choose for this.
Probably not.
And I'd recommend that the week of December 9th, which is that second week in December for those of us that deal with accreditation, that is the SAC-COC Accreditation Conference in Houston that week.
The whole week.
That whole week, ma'am.
Looks like we're talking about November.
I think so.
November 18th.
You like that date? Michelle says November 18th.
Because the next week's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we don't want to be, I don't want to be here the Monday of Thanksgiving. I know that I'm actually not available that Monday anyway.
Can we join via conference call if we can't come?
Yes. If you, conference calls are definitely something that you can do, dial in from your office. The only thing that we ask is that you try to stay with us the whole time. Because if we are doing votes, one of the times, it's been a couple of years though now, we had a large number on the phone, and at lunch, they all went away and never came back, and we had to stop the meeting and go home because we didn't have quorum. So if you are gonna be on phone, like Angie actually, the noise you heard, she just had to leave. She emailed me and asked if it was okay, and I told her we had completed voting, so, but that's the only thing about calling from home.
Because I'm not available that 18th, but I can join up over a conference call.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll have to see if the room's even available the 18th.
Okay, no, it's not.
No.
It's not available.
School.
Let's see. So we have another build another room. It's not this size. It's a little bit tighter. I think some of you have been in that room. And it does have video capability, and we have to broadcast. I've never done it, but we do have that as an option. So I know the boardroom is not available for a number of Mondays.
Everyone likes Mondays.
It seems like, I think November 11th is open. Oh, let me make sure it's November, not December. I mean, November, not October. Probably. That's probably why.
Veterans Day, yeah.
And we don't want November 25th because that's the week of Thanksgiving.
Right.
not the first week in December, that's when it's open.
Or the
and-
second.
So, yeah, the 2nd or the 9th. And then we get into, unless you want to do the 16th. And that, I don't know, institutional schedules.
Nothing saying no.
Yeah.
Already?
Oh, really?
Man,
What institution?
I'd like to go. Go work and-
What institution is she at? I know.
Okay, so the only options were us to, let me see if I can see Lone Star really quick. I don't know if I have it on here.
Or we move off of Monday.
Yeah, that's my thing. But let me see if I can get Lone Star up really quick. While I'm doing that, do you want to ask about?
Oh, sure, good.
potential-
Agenda items. So let's go ahead, that's true. Then we can go ahead and get this part going while we're still looking for dates. We do need to come up with a potential agenda for the next meeting to, one, make sure that we are, it's necessary to meet and that we use our time wisely. So agenda items for the next one, we know we'll be going over proposed changes and where we are and any last ones that we would like to submit and discuss. At that point, if we meet, well, toward the end of November or December, TACRO will have occurred. So some of these things we tabled for discussion at TACRO, we can bring back information from TACRO. It's the, what's the dates of TACRO? It's the first,
Yeah.
2 through 6, there you go. It's like the first week. So we'll bring back the tabled items for discussion at TACRO. Dara, do you think that you could have potential wording for that one? Okay, so we'll look at the wording. We'll have wording done. I forgot which one you're doing. Thank you. It's in my notes.
I think that Miguel may have an update for us too on E, on item E that we were talking about, the language regarding the survey.
Yeah, he probably would have the language by then, don't you? You wanted to have it this fall, so we could get an update. What do you think? No?
No, just-
Well, yeah, yeah, let's go ahead and put that down. But like I said, there were a number of items that Zach was asking for that wasn't collected or would be difficult to provide. So it really would just be discussion with him and the data committee on what they can share. That's what I was hoping, but.
The subcommittee that we put together for the skip logic, do you feel like you could have a get-together prior to the next meeting and then bring back some information for us? Paula, you'll be calling that meeting? It's okay. Very good. All right.
If someone from that committee wants to reach out, I can send the current flow diagram for residency.
What am I forgetting that we need to follow up on?
If you're going to provide the agenda earlier, you probably have to start talking about that in the next
That's a
meeting.
good idea, Kevin.
Yes, we'll also have the notes earlier. I apologize for not getting them out on time, but won't even go into the details about it. But we will get the agenda and the notes out to you all, so you know what to prepare for the meetings.
Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about
No,
the
he's
Also
summer
about the,
meeting?
He's out
for
with
the
the
summer
Applied
meeting.
Texas workshop.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because one of the requests is that we have it ready earlier, so normally
Oh,
we
yeah.
start really
Yeah, I
late on
wrote
it.
that in the notes.
So we can.
Same here, I'll out myself.
You're just feeling guilty.
Yes, I got that.
Extremely guilty.
Committees, and Dara has the wording.
And the 8 different applications.
Yeah, I think they're gonna follow up on that. Okay, do you have anyone think of anything else?
Maybe an update from the.
The graduate, just after TACRO, bring back graduate sort of consensus on the application.
Yeah, the 2 from TACRO, the graduate, and then the 25.
Maybe an update from the college board discussion?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, anyone think of anything else? Okay, good. Now we're going back to finding a time.
So the Lone Star Room is pretty much open on all the Mondays we wanted, but I also recommend, maybe scheduling out the entire year.
That's a good
Only
idea.
because it'll give you a heads up, and I think we could at least prepare sooner. So for this next meeting, November and December look fairly open. And we'll verify that, because, my phone might not capture everything that's on our system, but I'm pretty sure it does, because there are other meetings listed. But we'll confirm with you and make, Deanna or myself will send out an email if there's any changes. But I have, in the Lone Star room, and this is on the second floor of our building, I have anywhere between November 4th, every Monday in November is open, and every Monday in December is open. So whichever you have, we talked about the 18th of November and the 11th of November. Anyone? No, not, that's a holiday.
Day.
So 18th of November or the 16th of December is what I thought I heard.
How you like the 18th of November? That, people like that? Sounds like we like that one.
Okay. That one will be in the Lone Star room. Do you want to schedule out our spring meetings as well?
Oh, that's right. Yes. I'm getting text about things I need to say.
Okay.
That'd be February?
It's February has been our
Yeah,
meeting.
February, because January is so hard in getting the schools back open and registration, and so we've been looking at February. Sacro happens in there somewhere. Okay.
So February 24th is open and the 17th is also open. Actually, all the Mondays in February are open for both the boardroom and Lone Star.
17th is President's Day. How many vacation days do y'all get?
We are off, I think. We're closed.
Okay.
So the 24th. Does
Yeah.
February 24th sound good?
Sounds open so far.
Okay, and then, oh, what did I do here? Okay, and then we do another one in April.
Yeah, usually April, late
Oh,
April.
yay, my birthday.
Let's do it on your birthday. We'll bring you a cake.
So we have in April, the 20th, we typically do it late April, so the 20th or the 27th are the two Mondays. Anyone have preferences? April.
Acros sometime in April.
And that's the final meeting.
Yeah, that's
the final meeting for the year.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, so it doesn't conflict with that at all. 20th or the 27th? 20th, anybody else have strong feelings on April? Not Easter weekend, so that's good.
April 20th?
Okay, so we'll go for April 20th.
Okay, and then we'll confirm these dates with you all. So I have November 18th, February 24th, and those can be in the boardroom here, April 20th. But we'll send you a verification of the location and the meeting date. Another thing I wanted to bring up about timing. So do we want to convene at 9:30, 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock? I only recently heard that some committees meet up to 4 or 5 hours, and we have our schedule from 9 to 4, which is a full day. We have not gone the full day, so do we want to officially put a time frame so you all know how to travel, do your schedules? Anyone voting, and you care? All right.
They're just such an easygoing group.
Very.
I personally
This
think
is
it'd be awesome because I never know when to schedule things to get back out.
I say we try to do an end date. I just learned this, that we could do that. So
We've done pretty good by being out at 2 most of the time. This is
Right.
one of the longest ones we've had in a while.
yes.
I think yeah. I
9 to
wouldn't move it
2?
to 10. I'd leave it at 9.
Okay.
But I think we could do 9 to 2 because normally we have not had to go till 2, but we had a lot of things to discuss today. And have
And
a
a
long
longer
break,
break, yes.
which interestingly enough seemed like it went by very fast.
So 9 to 2, everyone? Okay.
One of the things, I'm getting text messages reminding me things. We do have at TACRO an Applied Texas session that I would love to have members of the committee, if you're at TACRO, come to that session. So where we can give updates, and I'm gonna make Michelle do it. She always does it. She does it better than me. Pretty sure my name is on there. So if you will look for that, that's just where we talk to the members and give them updates and also remind them how they can ask for changes and things and how to submit those. The good thing is with TAC Road, they still have time to submit things to be considered for this cycle. So it's a good time to ask them about it. Also, there was a question, do we need a session to talk about the graduate? Okay. Okay, thank you. Perfect.
I'm gonna put that in the notes. Dara will tell them. Okay.
Okay.
One last thing. Yep. So, I just wanted to inform you that, and I'm not leaving, but I wanted to inform you that we have a couple of things going on. We have a new commissioner starting tomorrow. I'm sure most of you have already heard. October 1, Harrison Keller from University of Texas, Austin will be our new commissioner. And so things that change internally, but we also have Rebecca who will be changing positions to another institution. She'll be representing University of Texas, Arlington. It's been a unique situation on the committee because Dan Garcia was in the position here. He's not here today, and they didn't send a sub, but next meeting, Rebecca will be filling that spot, and she still will remain the co-chair since she was approved for the 2-year mark. I did ask our general counsel about that, and that's the case. UNT will still continue being represented as committee with a substitute. And then, so for the rest of this academic year. So I just wanted to make that clear. And she has officially been appointed by her new institution as the representative on this committee. So I wanted to clarify that because she will come back with a different institution. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that. Okay, so, and congratulations, Rebecca, on your new role.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Different colors next time. This is the end of last day of the green. I'll be in blue. I told Claudette, I said, thank you for wearing my new color. So, yes.
Oh, and then Jarrell came down.
That means we've treaded into territory.
No,
What's cookie?
I don't know. I guess he's coming for snacks. I don't know.
We're good.
Well, Jarrell, we are wrapping up here. Do you want to say a quick?
No, I didn't introduce myself to many of you all, but I'm usually listening up.
Thank you.
And so thanks, Jarrell, for the welcome to the new members and continuation of the current members. Really quickly, one last thing I have on my list is I know one of you will have to present. We have a year of responsibility for the committee to present to our coordinating board. So either Rebecca or Mordecai, I don't know, either one of you will be asked to present the what was done last year to our board in December. So that's something else that we need to get together with.
You have the December date. Thank you.
December 11th. And we can decide offline which one of you might come. But that's all I have.
Very good. Well, without seeing anyone else who seems to be itching to speak, then if we have a motion to call this meeting to close.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Mark's fast on that button. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Same sign.
Keep going.
Thank you all. We'll see you at the next meeting that hopefully will be November 18th. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.